Hey, hey, hey! Welcome everybody. Here we are. Excuse me as I straighten up my setup here. I had my speakers plugged in instead of my headphones and got a little bit of feedback, but we're okay now. Welcome everybody to this week's edition of the GAIJIN 50 Plus midweek podcast. Hey, Kelvin, how you doing? Good thing that you asked, because that's number one on our agenda here today. We're in the middle of a typhoon right here, and things are starting to blow and get a little bit of, quite a bit of heavy rain all morning. The rain has just been pouring down. Shred Edward, hey, welcome back to Wednesday, and welcome back to you. I know Wednesday's a better day for you too, isn't it? And this is the way it's going to be. I'm going to try to keep Wednesday as long as I can. I've got a couple of things coming up in the future where I may have to take a day off here and there. And this will be sometimes on Wednesdays, sometimes on Saturday. But those are just occasional. I mean, once every couple of months or something like that, when something gets scheduled that I can't avoid. I've mentioned this in the past, but I'll mention it one more time. I've got this schedule that I'm still teaching and still working, and because of YouTube, I told my people, well, I only want to work 2 days a week this semester, and they said okay, and they gave me 2 days a week, and I told them, well, on the other days, if something happens, somebody gets sick, or they need a sub or something like that, and that I can fill in. And then something happened, some people had to go back home and had family emergencies, and they ended up with not enough teachers. So I'm ending up teaching 4 days a week this particular semester. But I told them only until July, sometime in mid-July, my schedule will be lightening up and I'll be doing almost full-time YouTubing. Hey, Tokyo Dano. Dan, you're going to go to the dentist today? It's pretty bad out there. Thanks for letting me know. Dan's been trying to call me the past couple of days, but my schedule has been so crazy. I haven't even had a chance to get back to him. But I'll talk to you later, okay, Dan? Good luck to you on fighting that wind and the rain. Shred Edward says you're in better shape than me. I'm usually beat after 2 classes a day. Yeah, the schedule that I'm on, I didn't realize it when I agreed to do it. But some days I'm teaching like 7, 8 classes in a day. Little bit crazy, but I guess that's the way it is these days. If you're wondering about the um, our typhoon, here's a look. Here you go. Let me refresh to make sure that that's the most recent. Okay, this is the typhoon. This X marks the spot here, and this is the latest information from the Japan Meteorological Agency. Now, in case you don't know, you see this little thing here. It almost looks like a caterpillar there crawling across the Kanto plain. That's Tokyo. Tokyo's, pretty squashed and very long. And above Tokyo, that's Saitama. To the right of Tokyo, that's Chiba. Below Tokyo, that's Kanagawa. And to the left of Tokyo, that's Yamanashi prefectures. So that's the entire Kanto area, in case you're wondering. So right now, the typhoon is here and making its way east, and so it's expected to be around here. I can't get a reading on that, but within a couple of hours. Here they say this. So this is 12 UTC, and right now it's about midnight UTC. So in another 12 hours, it should be here. So I imagine in about 6 hours, it should be right up next to the Kanto plain. But it depends on how quickly it starts moving or doesn't move. And, typhoons, you never know. I mean, there's a chance it may take a sudden right and take off into the ocean, or it might take a sudden left and take off across Honshu. You never know, because but the projections have it going slowly past Kanto, past Tokyo, and then out into the Pacific. Now, the first time that I experienced a typhoon, I was down here in this area, which is Fukuoka, and I was in the military, and the military went absolutely bonkers when a typhoon was coming. And they said they were going. They said, "Oh, typhoon is coming! Batten down the hatches, secure everything." And they closed the base, and nobody was allowed off base. So now I'm from the suburbs, southwest suburbs of Chicago, which is right in Tornado Alley out there in the flatlands of the Illinois out there. And so I had experienced tornadoes and tornado warnings and things like that. And so I thought, wow, this typhoon must really be horrible. And the typhoon came rolling through, and it was, it was like a bad rainstorm, basically. And I was pretty disappointed. And and then after that, I have been through so many typhoons in my life, and none of them has really been that serious. Mostly because I've generally been in the city. In the city, especially in Tokyo, the buildings are very high quality and structurally sound. So even though the wind is strong, and when it comes through, the windows are rattling and it's blah, 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 and it's making a lot of noise, and the rain pounds against the window. It's never scary. You never feel like your dwelling is going to be blown apart by the wind. But if you're out in the countryside, now that's another story, right? Where the construction might not be that strong, or where it might be more open area. There's landslides and things like that. But in Tokyo, typhoon is not that scary. Though I will say that, you don't want to go outside when a typhoon is in the area, because, you may carry an umbrella, but it doesn't do you any good when the rain is falling sideways. Okay. Lisa says, I just tried to wake myself up 4 times and thought I was listening to you, but I was still. I'm such a dreamy guy there, huh? Yeah, Lisa, I caught your comment at the end of the last podcast. You said it was what, 34 degrees where you're at? Man, oh man, it's hot over there too, isn't it? That's really something. Old Dano says, the news as of yesterday, solar panels on our roof hope the new solar panels on our roof don't blow up. And that was as of yesterday, they haven't blown off. Yeah, well, for some solar panels, I guess lay pretty flat, but yeah, you never know, right? You never know what the wind might do. Okay, all right. Well, like I said, that's the way we are right now. The typhoon is still on its way. There may be noise along the way, because the room I'm in, my GAIJIN 50 plus studio here, there's a window in front of me, and the window is facing in the direction that the typhoon is coming from. So when a typhoon comes, it blows the rain really hard against the window, and there might be some noise. Though right now it seems pretty calm. When I got up early this morning, it was raining, just constant rain, but the rain was straight down. When the wind comes, it's a whole new story. Shred Edwards says, just a lot of rain with no wind here in Nagano. Yeah. So in case you don't know, Nagano, I believe, is here. This big giant prefecture here. Okay, with a little bit of a touch to Saitama there. So it's a little bit set back from the Pacific Ocean. So you probably get a little bit more relief over there. But yeah, I'm sure you'll still be getting a lot of rain. And Dan says that his solar panels were installed. Yes. Well, I hope they don't blow off. Yeah. And if they do, I hope you have some kind of replacement guarantee there or something like that. Now, The bad thing, usually I remember, especially when I was in Fukuoka, that the memory is very strong. If a typhoon came, you had wind, you had rain, you had, meteorological hell there for a period of time, and then suddenly blue sky. And just a beautiful blue sky is at the other end of the typhoon, and it was always very pleasant weather. But today's typhoon isn't. We're not going to get that because evidently rainy season is on the way. Ta-da-dum. In Japan we have this spring, this break between winter and summer and springtime, and it's very pleasant weather, and the humidity is not too bad. It was hot a couple of days, but basically the weather's been really, really nice. And then you have the rainy season between that pleasant spring and the depths of summer. So it seems like right after this typhoon makes its way through, we'll be going into the rainy season, which means a lot of rain. And then after that, we will be in the hot and humid summer that we've been having recently in Tokyo. Okay. Oh, what's this? I've got a hmm, 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 hmm. Trying to upload a recording? That doesn't sound right. According to my StreamYard platform, there's a recording being uploaded, but I don't remember trying to upload a recording. So I'm just going to ignore that. I just hope everything goes well with the stream. That's all. Okay, let's go back to what we're doing here. So, what's been going on here in Tokyo recently? We'll take a look at the typhoon news again later. Oh, Shred Edward has it. We have the Japanese Alps, so the wind almost never gets bad. Yeah, the Japanese Alps. Yeah, mountains are big protection against a lot of bad weather, isn't it? Aren't they? Okay. Right. I wish I can stop. I don't know what's going on. there's a recording loading. So if something suddenly happens, don't blame me. I must have clicked something by mistake. Okay. I hope it's not anything racy or anything like that. Anyway. Okay. Here we got. All right. I have to be careful because, in this day and age. Oh, before I get into this, I just saw a video just before I came here. I was having my final cup of coffee and getting relaxed before I started up drinking coffee, and I put on YouTube, and there's a new video by Cold Fusion. You guys watch Cold Fusion? Dagogo? Pretty good videos that they do there. And it was talking about AI slop on YouTube. And he says that right now, at least 20%, I would say even more, 20% of YouTube content is AI slop. And he started showing some of the things that you can do with AI. And maybe I'm behind the curve, but I was pretty surprised at what you could do with AI. They showed a picture. There was this beautiful woman. She's talking, blah, 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 blah. And without any break in the video, suddenly this beautiful woman changed into some, just run-of-the-mill guy. And the guy continued what she was saying, but it changed his voice, changed his face, looked totally natural. And then with another click, the guy became this old guy with a beard and, bandana, looked like Willie Nelson or something like that, blah, blah. And then with another click, became this beautiful woman again. And they were saying that this is pretty easy to do now with AI with just a click of a mouse. And he pointed out that, hey, that what takes a human a couple hours or a couple of days or a couple of weeks, takes a human to produce a certain video, AI can produce, 30 or more videos a day. And what these people do is really interesting. I hope you're as interested in this as I am. What these people do is they'll find a video that they like, and then they'll get a transcript of the video, and you can easily get a transcript off of YouTube. You get the transcript of the narration. Then you take this transcript of the narration and put it in Claude, and then you tell Claude, "Hey, Claude, write me a video like this or similar to this," or something like that. Or you put it in something else first and says, "Give me a Claude prompt to make a video," something like that. And then Claude produces something. And then you take what Claude does and put it in something else and say, "Make me a video." And it makes a original video based upon what you just saw. Now, I was pretty shocked because I knew that there's a lot of AI on YouTube right now, and not because I am an expert at spotting AI, and not because I'm even on about Japan. Not that there's outlandish visuals on these Japan reports, but if you listen to the content that people, or how they are presenting the content. If you want to know AI will often say, "Well, this is not XXX, but it's YYY." And if you listen to a lot of content online now, you hear that again and again and again. Or AI likes to list things, right? This is dangerous. This is outlandish. This is something. This is another thing. And you hear a lot of that, even on what are apparently human presenters are using that kind of language. And it's like, if you use AI, you will be very familiar with that kind of language, because AI uses it a lot, way, way, way too much. And it's a flag. I use AI for research, and I also use AI to help me create my scripts, to make sure I'm not repeating things or misstating things. That's the most important thing, right? Give AI a look at your script to make sure that you're not giving bum information and stuff like that. But just to show you that I'm not AI, guys. I'm not a figment of someone's imagination. But here's a working copy from an upcoming video that I'm about to do, and you can see that I don't rely on AI for the final product. I mean, I do ask AI for information, and I do ask AI for research, and I do ask, when I find something that doesn't sound right, I confirm about it. Or if I find something that needs further fleshing out, I ask about it. It really helps in research. But then again, you always have to watch it, because it makes a lot of mistakes. And so then I mark it up and, do it my own and input it by myself. So as long as I'm around, and who knows how long that may be. But anyway, I can guarantee you that there won't be any AI slop coming out of this channel. But okay, sorry for carrying on, but it was just something that ran across my screen there that I thought was interesting. Shred Edward says, "I've seen videos of influencers that use filters, and sometimes those filters stop working midstream. It's hilarious." Yeah, I imagine so. Well, that's the problem with using any kind of AI or technology to improve your natural abilities. Look at, there's plenty of that in music. Who was that? Milli Vanilli. And there was some female artist went on somewhere. And was it, she was on Saturday Night Live, I think. And she was doing her thing, and all of a sudden the pre-recorded vocal quit partway through, and she was left in the lurch. And she got in a lot of trouble. A lot of people disliked her about that. Okay, hey, Hoofin OG, hello back at you. Nice to have you here. Thank you for taking part in some of the contents on the videos. I really do appreciate that kind of stuff. Okay, let's go back to the Japan news stories now that I had my say about AI. Now, let me prefix this news story. I'm going to do a little bit more talking because I need to do this. If you may know, you may not know, it has come past my screen, and I'm not a promoter of this. I'm not an advocate of it. I am not a participant in it in any way. But June is supposedly Gay Pride Month. Yeah. And so such stories are coming out, and even in the Japan press. Now, here's a story that I think is interesting. And I think it's interesting for one reason, not because June is that month, or not because, oh, we should celebrate this or that or the other thing, but because of the results of a survey they did because of it being June. And the survey results were pretty surprising to me, because often people Hoofing just threw me off there. Often, because people dump on Japan, they say Japan is not tolerant of this, that, and the other thing. And Japan their ambassador used to be that guy from Chicago who was part of the Obama administration, Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel was the ambassador to Japan from the United States for a number of years. And Japan used to get really upset with him because it seems that Rahm Emanuel, all he ever said to Japan, not all he ever said, but he kept pushing Japan. You got to do more for gay rights, and you got to do more for transgenders. Really, there were a lot of articles saying that the Japanese government was getting pretty fed up with good old Rahm. Now, this is all leading up to a story that I have, and like I said, I'm not advocating anything. Don't get me the wrong way. I'm okay. 70% in Japan view transgender people positively despite online discrimination. Well, online discrimination exists in everything, right? I mean, the online community, the X Twitter community in Japan is pretty darn. Where did that come from? Oh, okay. I don't know what. Something weird. Oh, okay. That's not my. I thought it was my computer. All right. So online discrimination is everywhere all the time. If you went on X, Twitter, and it's available in English now, so everything is translated automatically, and so you would be so surprised at the way people talk on Twitter, X, because on X/Twitter you can be anonymous, and Japanese people, when they're anonymous, they're just as terrible as humans everywhere else. So we have 70%. So anyway, there. I don't know why it's surprising that online discrimination exists. I mean, online people, including Japanese people, are vicious. They're very non-Japanese, not you would expect from Japanese. So it says that a survey by an advocacy group, that's important, found that more than 70% of respondents have positive attitudes towards transgender individuals, despite widespread discriminatory expressions and hate speech targeting transgender people on social media. Okay. I mean, all right, is that news? What to me was the news, 70% of respondents have positive attitudes towards transgender individuals. And I've always thought that was true because, like I said, Rahm Emanuel used to complain that you're not doing enough. But you turn on Japanese TV, I mean, regular TV, any time of the night and day, and 9 times out of 10, there's some guy dressed up like a woman doing his thing, that is popular now, that has been popular as long as I've been here, that was popular way back when I first got here. There were a lot of men dressing up as women on Japanese TV. There are a number of singers, music artists that were popular because they were good singers and because they were men who put on makeup, dressed in female clothing. And like I said, that was back in the late 60s when I was here. So it's nothing new. Japan has always had a very, very, what shall I say? What's the word I'm looking for? They didn't care. I mean, ambivalent. They were very ambivalent about that kind of thing. So this thing, Japan doesn't do enough. Yeah, come on. I mean, I think it's a bunch of busybodies from overseas who want to impose their values on Japan. Japan, like I said, didn't pay much attention and didn't make a big deal of it either, including the transgenders and gays. They didn't run around saying, you got to accept us for what we are. But anyway, here's some revealing. When asked whether they believe people should have their choice to live in society in the gender they desire, respected, a combined 71.2% of respondents selected strongly agree, or somewhat agree. In response to a question asking whether, when interacting with a transgender person, they would want to treat that person in line with the gender they present in daily life, 70% also gave positive answers. So, however, all right, there's always a however. While 93.8% said they had heard the term transgender, only 54.7% of them were able to select the correct definition, referring to people whose gender identity differs from the sex assigned at birth. Okay. Maybe they didn't understand that sex assigned at birth is a pretty new kind of verbal trickery, isn't it? Among respondents who had heard the term, just under 30% said they had a transgender public figure they knew through the media. Usually, male performers who dress in feminine clothing and makeup. Just what I said, okay? There's been a lot of that in Japanese media, entertainment media and TV for a long, long time. Only 16.8% of respondents said they had ever had a transgender individual close to them. Okay. And if the transgender individual is doing it properly, how would you know if they were close to you? That's a question too. More women than men had positive impressions of transgender people. I think that may be pretty general in the world, I would say. I may be wrong. On social media, false information and discriminatory posts targeting transgender people are widespread, including claims such as biological males can enter women's public baths. Now, evidently, some people are saying that on social media, but they say here that it's not true. Now, you would think that this advocacy group would be pretty pleased with such positive results. Nope, no way. The director, Aki Nomiya, said many people are accepting of transgender people, but at the same time, we got to do more. Their image of whose transgender people actually are remains vague, and this gap could destabilize the position of transgender people, even though, they've been around since I can remember, and push them into socially vulnerable situations. We need to share their experiences and their voices through media and other channels. So this director seems to be saying we should get in people's face more, as they do in other countries. Okay, I've had my say on this. Let's see what you guys have to say. I met, okay. All right, Hufanoji. I met Rahm Emanuel when I volunteered for Clinton in Philadelphia as a law student, January 1992. He was a Clinton staff guy, really puff-chested at that hotel fundraiser. Yeah, he does come across. I don't know him, but I see him, and he always comes across as, he was the mayor of Chicago for a while. Maybe it's a Chicago thing. I'm from Chicago. Maybe I should be a little bit more assertive around here. Dan says, I think that 70% is bullshit. Well, that's one way of putting it. Although there has always been entertainers who are transgender adjacent or cross-dressers. Yeah. Yeah, well, Dan, I think you may be, right in a way, because I don't think that people are making things up and lying to the poll takers, but I think they hear a buzzword and respond to the buzzword more than they respond to the actual facts of life, in my opinion. Okay. All right. Milton Berle used to do it for comedy in the 1950s. Yes, he did, didn't he? Didn't Ernie Kovacs also do it? Yeah, I may be wrong, but yeah. There used to be, Bing Crosby and Bob Hope did it in one of their movies. So yeah, it used to be it used to be done like in movies as a comedy thing. And Dan says, it's okay as long as it's not in the family. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. I used to say, well, people can do whatever they want as long as they don't try to stick anything in me. I don't care. All right. I remember there used to be an ad on TV for chocolates. He popped the chocolate in his mouth and pulled a face which captured the young Japanese lady perfectly. I never forgot it. Okay, yeah. Well, some of those, yeah. There used to be a guy. There used to be a singer. His name was Peter. In Japanese, he was called Pita, and good singer. And his singing voice was low, chesty, husky kind of voice. Very good singer, but he used to do full makeup, and his hair was styled, and he used to wear frilly clothes. I don't remember seeing him wear really women's clothes, but he wore men's clothes that were really frilly. So and he was big when I first got here, and the first time I saw him, I was sort of like, and I asked them, who's that? And they go, oh, that's Pita. And I says, oh, he looks like a girl. And they said, yeah, that's his thing. And nobody was really grossed out about it. One on an aside, at the same time, if you've been in Japan recently, Mikawa Kenichi. Mikawa Kenichi is a guy who also dresses in women's clothing. And even in some of the big New Year's musical shows, he would dress up in elaborate gowns, costume, in the whole 9 yards. And he wears facial makeup, and he talks like this when he talks. And when I first came, enka singer, and in those days he used to wear the thick, really wide tie of the 1970s and a three-piece suit, and he would sing like this. And he was a good singer, but he was kind of a soy boy, but he was a boy. He was masculine. He was obviously a male. And then somewhere along the line, he changed his mind and decided, I want to dress up like a woman. So, and he's doing that now, and quite popular, quite popular. Okay. Hello, joining late. Glad I joined the trans. Yeah, this is GAIJIN 50 plus trans talk time. Every in honor of Gay Pride Month, every podcast we're going to have a No, we're not. I just brought this up because I was surprised at the results of the survey. I think everyone's civil rights should be respected. Rahm's problem is that he came here to preach wokery which is not really progressive. Everyone deserves respect, even those who are non-woke. Bing bong. You get it. Too bad they don't get it. The woke people. Right. You don't want to go beating people up in the street or things like that or treating people badly. I agree. But that's also a two-way street, right? Show respect. That's the problem. Exactly what you said. Okay, thank you for your balanced view on that. My favorite Japanese taranto is Hard Guy. That guy is hilarious. Yeah, I remember him. Hard Guy. Is he still around? Okay. Or Hard Gay. Yeah, sorry, not Hard Guy. Hard Gay. Is he still around? I remember him too. But these days, I never watch Japanese TV. I'm always watching YouTube because on demand is so nice. It's bad in a way because you're not exposed to things that you don't want to see, but it's good in a way because you only see what you want to see. So, okay. Hard Gay. Thanks for the reminder. Hoofing says reality is that 100% of us have had transgender people we have contact with. Yeah. And like I said, if they're really good at it, you wouldn't know. Okay? You wouldn't know, would you? So Tokyo Dano says, getting ready to head out into the storm. Okay, Dano, I'll give you a call later. I hope don't get blown away there, man. Okay. Udatsu, hey, haven't seen you for a long time. Finally got it straightened up. We're back here on Wednesdays, so I hope to see you more often. Cross-dressing and deciding you're another gender/sex are completely different things. Japan is just trying to keep up with the West. I guess no place is safe anymore. Okay. Yeah. Cross-dressing and transgender or deciding you're another gender or sex are two different things. That's true. That's true. If you think about it at all. The people that I used to see on the Japanese TV, like I said, Pita really looked like a transgender. I think transgender back in the day, they didn't call it transgender in Japan. I may be mistaken on this. Some of you long-termers may be able to correct me. They used to call them new half, as in half, 50%. And that was because they're half man, half woman, I guess. But they used to call them new half. Okay. I don't know. Is new half has had surgery? Hasn't? I don't know if somebody can figure that out. And Shred Edwards says, there was that SMAP member who would wear a dress. Yeah, really? I didn't know about that. I know of SMAP, but I never paid that much attention to them. Didn't they get into trouble about something too? They broke up because of some I don't remember. But if you can give us some more info on that, Shred Edward, I would appreciate it. My ex decided that his last old lady got rid of him. After his last old got rid of him, I hope you're saying she's a lesbian now. I hope you're not saying, oh, your ex, huh? My ex decided after his last old lady that maybe she's a lesbian now. So, yeah, I watched a documentary type video recently on ladyboys in Thailand. Yeah, ladyboys, they used to call them ladyboys too. They aren't delusional. They fully accept what they are, just men who want to be women and not actually women. Okay. All right. And nope, my ex is a lesbian now. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Charles, I'm so confused. Yeah, everybody's confused in the month of June. No, they're not. So I'm so used to replying, yes, ma'am, or yes, sir, but the rules have become blurry, especially here in Washington State. Woo! The only thing I know about Washington State, I passed through Fort Lewis, Washington, on the way to Alaska long ago. And it was pretty nice back then. But I heard Washington State has become a real hoot, so they say, especially Seattle. But like I said, I only know what I see on YouTube. And since I clicked one time on one of those videos, I keep getting stuff suggested. But yeah, you got to really watch your mouth in Washington State, it seems. Okay. So he has decided he's a woman, and who? Wow, what a conundrum is. All right, Shredded Edwards said, all I know is that he would perform as somebody called Shingo Mama. Okay, there you go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of this Mama-san stuff. Isn't there who's that big, huge guy who dresses up like a woman all the time and is actually a guy, and he's also called something Mama, and he got his roots. He used to own a snack, and he used to run it as the Mama-san, though he's a guy, and all this other kind of stuff. So, and married to a woman. Okay, does that make him a lesbian? Hard to keep the terminology straight here. He did have a weird thing for women. He should move to Japan. That seems to be a thing. No, I'm not going to say just Japan, but there's for some reason that makes the news a lot here. But it may be more general than what it is portrayed. Okay, Mr. Chuckles says, yes, Seattle has become a magnet city for transgender people and has been attracting many from around the country. For your information, I'm not far from Fort Lewis, JBLM. I don't know what that means, but okay, M is okay. Fort Lewis. I was through there. I went through there in 1967. And I was on my way to Alaska. I was assigned to, I've mentioned this before, Shemya, Alaska, right on the end of the Aleutian chain, closer to the Kamchatka Peninsula than it was to the American mainland. But I don't remember much about it. I remember the scenery was nice. The mountains in the background and things like that was nice. But I was just a young kid straight out of military school. I think I was still 19 at the time. So I didn't go off a base, and I was just, sort of like hunkered down waiting for my airplane. Okay. JLBM, Joint Base Lewis McChord. Okay. McChord used to be, Lewis used to be an Army base. McChord used to be an Air Force base. So I guess joint base, they joined them together into a Army and Air Force base. Okay, that makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, it's too bad. Washington, I think, is such a beautiful state. A lot of beautiful scenery there. Be a pretty nice place if it wasn't for all those people, right? Okay. All right, let's get off of this one. Here's one. Here's one you may be interested in if you're working in Japan. This is really important information coming up. A court, the Japan Supreme Court, has decided that the term calling somebody a contract worker does not justify lower pay. Isn't that good? Isn't that good news for people who work in Japan? I wonder if this will affect people like English teachers and things like that. Might be a good thing to pay attention to. Let's see what they say. The Supreme Court has finalized a landmark ruling that bars companies from using arbitrary job titles such as contract employee, to pay workers lower salaries than so-called regular employees for the same duties. The decision, which affirms the principles of equal pay for equal work, it protects all full-time permanent workers on indefinite contracts, could force a reevaluation of corporate pay structures across the country. The lawsuit was filed by a woman in her 50s. Now, this woman is in Aomori, and she worked as an off-track betting parlor run by Tohoku Eizo, a subsidiary of Television Iwate Corp. Now, I hasten to add here, off-track betting parlor. Somebody mentioned in one of my videos that remember that guy. Did I make a? We have a live stream participant who gave us a hot tip on a hot horse for the Japan Derby, and he said green energy is going to do it. And so somebody pointed out in one of our comments, green energy was scratched from the ticket before the race. What happened? And I said, well, maybe we can ask this guy if he comes back to our next live stream. But evidently he's not here. I hope he's not here because green energy was scratched, because we'd like to hear from him. We're looking for you. No, not really. We'd like to hear about details about what happened. So this woman was hired in 2002 on a permanent contract. She worked the same full-time schedule as a regular employee, but was classified as a contract worker. She argued that her base salary, bonus, and housing and family allowances were all significantly lower than those of her regular employee counterparts at another location. Now, the numbers start becoming important here. She sued for 36 million yen. This is important. Keep that in mind. So she sued for 36 million yen in damages, $226,000. Important number, please remember. But these laws forbid unreasonable pay gaps between non-regular staff, such as part-time or fixed-term workers, and ordinary workers. But the legal definition of an ordinary worker is very broad, and it includes not only traditional management track seishain, regular employees, but also other permanent staff whose roles are limited by location or duties. Okay. No specific law has prevented companies from creating pay disparities between these two different categories of permanent employees. So you have some permanent employees who have a limited role because of where they are located or the duties they must perform, and they have a maybe lower pay than regular employees who are in the management track, and there's no law against that. But this woman is saying, I'm a contract employee, and they weren't paying me the same as a regular employee, and that's unfair. Okay, went to court, went to the first trial, and the Hachinohe branch of the Aomori District Court found that unreasonable discrimination is not permissible and ordered the company to pay 5.86 million yen. Okay, I said that was important before. She sued for 36 million yen, but the first court awarded her 5.86 million yen, which is what, 1/8 or 1/8 of what she wanted. They appealed. The company appealed. The Sendai High Court upheld the core principle, but reduced the award to 1.93 million yen, about 2 million yen instead of 36. So they cut the monetary compensation to 1/18 of what she wanted. And they said that the public order of equal pay was only firmly established after a related law took effect in 2020. So 6 years was not enough for the company to get up to snuff, I guess they figured. What do you think about this? You think it will have any effect in gaijin pay? Or, gaijins are often hired as contract employees, not full-time employees. This was a kind of a bookkeeping trick. Even professional baseball players, I don't know now, but in the past, professional baseball players would come in from the States, especially those who had slipped out of the majors in the States and didn't want to play in the minors. They could get a Japanese contract that would pay them pretty good money, especially if they could hit a lot of home runs or strike out a lot of batters. And so these players were often referred to as suketo. And suketo means like helper, temporary helper. Now, even though baseball players got paid a lot, they were not considered as real bona fide members of the team. They were considered as temporary attachments. So there was this mental point of view. And so in the English teaching business, teachers, of course, there are some people who get onto a full-time contract, but full-time contracts are generally, rather underpaid and overworked. So a lot of teachers work part-time, which is at an hourly rate. And that means if you are able to collect a lot of classes and get a lot of hours, you can make some pretty good money. But the hourly rate has remained constant or even gone down over time, so it's a little bit rough. For the company where I work, when you're working during a university semester, the pay is pretty good. Oh, I'm making some money. But then you go into semester break. I think in the summer it may be, is it 3 months or something like that? And in the winter it's like 2 months. And during that time, you're not working at your main job. And so you're not paid. You're paid zero. Now, some companies try to supply you with other work that's not industry or university dependent. And if you're able to pick up that kind of work, you're able to make the same amount or some portion of what you usually make during the semester. But, if they've got a lot of teachers that they have to satisfy, some teachers make out, teachers don't. So you either have to plan and keep a pool of money that you're going to have to hit during, you're going to have to pull on, you're going to have to tap during the downtime, or you have to try to find something to supplement your income during the off time. But I wonder if this particular news will have some effect on something like that. Shred Edwards said it won't affect anybody since we get paid what our contract says we get paid, and none of them say we get paid less because we are contract workers. Japan has been trying to get rid of some of these disparities and some of these dirty dealings. I know in the translation business, it was true. When I first got into the translation business, it was a struggle dealing with customers because these customers were very arrogant. Luckily, there weren't that many translators around that time, so we could be just as hard-nosed dealing with them. But yeah, it was really bad with promissory notes. Sometimes it would take close to a year to get paid for work that you do. And the Japanese government has passed laws to rectify that. They passed a subcontractors law that says at the end of each month, what they used to do is they would give you a project and they would keep the project active for months. And you would, as a translator, you would finish your part of the project and you'd send them a bill at the end of the month and they say, oh, this project's still active. And especially if you're dealing with if you're being subcontracted, the subcontractor would say to you, oh, this project is still ongoing. We haven't gotten paid yet, so we can't pay you. And there was a lot of that going on, and it was really brutal. And what the Japanese government did is they passed a law called the subcontractors law. And I believe that law says at the end of the month, a supplier can bill the person who ordered the work for that that month's work, regardless of whether the project is completed or not. So in that way, they're moving ahead. As far as contracted workers, I'm less familiar with that. Okay. Where are we at? Okay. All right. Not a J lawyer at all, as am I. I think as I also am not, as I guess I should say, I think the distinction is something like kikan no sadame no nai and ari. The first set is sei shine, the other is keiyaku shine, and the ari one gets screwed. Yeah, well, that's what that case was about. Evidently, this lady, even though she was a contracted worker, she was assigned work that was equivalent or the same as a regular employee, just at a lower rate. And in that case, she was able to make a claim against the company. Okay, they whittled her monetary award way down, but the court did say that the company should not have done that. The squeeze on the Sei Shine is making them do unpaid work. There you go. That's where you got to really be careful in Japan. What happened to this woman is that she was underpaid via calling her contract employee for years. Yeah. Even when you're in a contract employee. My mentor, who mentored me in getting into the translation business, and thanks to whom I was able to get into the translation business, he has passed away since then, and but every time I think of him, I lower my head and thank him for putting me in the position that I'm in today. But he used to tell me, he used to say, he was an American guy. He was from the West. He was a cowboy. He used to say, Ed, always remember the Japanese are masters of encroachment. And he's right. And much more then than they are than now. I felt it much more then than they are now. You've got this contract, and this contract stipulates certain things. And if you don't watch it, step by step, inch by inch, millimeter by millimeter, you are being asked to do things that are not in your contract, not covered by your contract, should be paid more according to your contract, and you don't notice it. And you're trying to be nice and you're trying to be agreeable. And then one day you look around and you say, how the hell did I get here? So, yeah, you got to be careful. Watch yourself. And if you do it once, it's considered atarimae, par for the course. Well, you did it before. Why don't you do it now? So you got to be really careful. I guess that's true in any country, but it does happen here. And sometimes you will be social pressure will be put upon you. Japanese people, business people, love the word kyoryoku. Kyoryoku. Kyoryoku means cooperation. But when I hear the word ko, I think about a two-way street. And I've been asked many times, kyoryoku shite kudasai. Please cooperate. Please show your understanding. Please do us a solid. But once you do it, you're in big trouble. Yeah. Okay. I have been in the past, not so much now, thanks to the new laws in Japan, but you would be given translation work and you have a translation fee, and it's a well-known translation fee, and you were given this translation work, and they say, we need this big translation work done, and we would like to ask you to do it, but we don't have a budget to cover the translation costs. Kyoryoku shite kudasai. They don't want you to do it for free, but they want a deep discount from your usual rate. And my friend, my mentor, used to tell me, never discount. And I followed his advice. And, sometimes it cost work, but who cares? Okay. Hufen Oji says, so right it. I experienced it in Tokyo. They see Americans as suckers because our country is right to work at will employment. So a contract sounds like a nice deal. Yeah, yeah. But, I've been told many a times when I first was in the English teaching business down in Kyushu, when I was in the translation business up in Tokyo, often the person giving you the contract would say, "Oh, in Japan, we really don't care about contracts. We want to be kyoryoku, cooperation, otagai ni, two-way street, right? So as long as this contract is just for just a formality. Yeah, just go ahead and sign. Don't worry about what it says because it's this is this is just we'll work everything out. And in fact, the contract generally says any disputes under this contract shall be settled by mutual discussion between the two parties. That's a pretty standard boilerplate. And I'll tell you that is true only to the extent that the company giving you the contract can or cannot use the terms and the condition of the contract to beat you over the head. If the terms and the conditions can be used to beat you over the head and put you in a subservient position, it will be used. If the terms and the conditions are such that they are in the weaker position, in Japan, we don't care about contracts that much. This was mostly in the past. I haven't had to deal with a contract for a long time. Summer is 2 months and winter is 3. Sorry, I got that backwards. Yeah. I knew one was longer and one was shorter. But yeah, when you're on these, on one of these hakken, dispatched worker contracts to a university, you got to eat those 5 months a year up on your own. Okay. As I like to say, Japanese can do trickery things with paper. That is a great quote. That is a great, great quote. So good that I'm making a note. That is so true. So watch out for thank you. Thank you for a good quote. There's a real old timer, same as me, back in the day, woo, sign a contract and grab your wallet and get out of there as soon as possible. Shred Edwards said, it would be interesting since I teach as many classes as the full-timers, but I don't attend as many meetings or spend time doing nothing in my office once my last class is finished. So I guess they could argue that you don't have the same duties, right? So I don't know. Do you get paid on an hourly basis? Do you get paid more? That would be interesting to know. But that's true, yeah. You don't have office hours, meetings. Yeah, you can always attend meetings. I'd give my left arm to get out of attending some of those meetings. University work depends on the university. The schools I worked for paid during the semester breaks. Maybe this is becoming less common. Excuse me. If I wasn't clear, I will be clear right now. When I was talking about university work, I work for a company that supplies teachers to a university because the university, and it's not, what shall I say? It's not credit class teachers. I mean, they're not professors and things like that. So the university has this program, and the program needs instructors, not professors. They need instructors. And so this dispatch company, hakken gaisha, supplies teachers. And that way the university doesn't have to worry about having to manage all the barbarians and stuff like that. And so they leave it all up to the company, and they contract. They have a straight contract. We'll pay you X amount of money. You supply X amount of Y amount of teachers for Z amount of time and all this kind of thing. And that kind of arrangement, you're paid for the days you work. The days you don't work, like even if there's a national holiday, Golden Week or something, you're not paid because you're working for the company, not the university. Okay? Does that straighten it up? Sorry if I was unclear about that. All right. Everybody I know who works for universities has a, they're paid regularly. Okay. Lisa says, most of my jobs in Asia have been like that, doing so much more than what's on my contract. Yeah. And the problem is, if you don't, well, old Lisa, she's got a bad attitude. She doesn't know the Japanese way, She's not doing kyoryoku. So, yeah. Yeah. I've been there, done that a million times, right? Kelvin says, it's been interesting crafting emails to your friend that is helping me, using Gemini AI to make sure I get the right tone in the email to sound both personal and professional. Yeah, AI is good. I've said this, there are people who disagree with me and say, no, it's a bunch of baloney. But, I think it's pretty good, especially for emails and things like that. Like I said, it can make mistakes, but it can get the point across too. Especially in your case, Kelvin. You and that guy seems to be doing well. Yeah, the double post, that happens sometimes too. I don't know why. Just remember, when you post something, it takes a couple minutes for it to get through YouTube and come in. And or what I sent something to my wife the other day. I was trying to forward her a message in some kind of, was it Line or it was something I was trying to use. So I selected the message and I clicked the send button and nothing happened. There was no indication, the screen didn't change. It didn't blink. It didn't show me an okay sign. So I kept clicking. I go, well, why won't this send? So I copied it. Okay, I'll paste it. Copied the message, and I go into my account that's direct writing with my wife. And I had sent her the same message like 10 times, which I thought was really screwed up. So you got to watch yourself with that click. All right. Hufanoji says, you're welcome, Ed. Your reaction as a senpai tells me that. I say, absolutely. And not only is it true, it's beautiful. Very good. I love sayings like that. Right? Okay. That's a good point. There's a distinction between instructors, associate professors, and tenured professors, yet the work is no different. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know, because I'm not a professor. But it seems to me that universities are getting very, I don't know, strict or reticent about adding tenured professors, right? A lot of associate professors running around. Okay, a lot of associate professors running around. They don't want to put somebody in there that they have to pay retirement to and everything else. Okay, great. We got another one. This one is kind of related to Japan, but more, it's something that I want to talk about. Differences in generational differences. I got a bone to pick with you whippersnappers who are always walking on my lawn. And nut allergies. Now, this is a Japan study, so it applies. But the Japan study says nut allergies can be managed beyond strict avoidance. Walnut and cashew allergies can be treated to a level that does not interfere with daily life, even though it is said that fewer than 10% of individuals with tree nut allergies naturally outgrow them, Japanese researchers confirmed. So they say that if you've got a walnut, or why not peanut? I don't know. So the goal of some team, researcher, was to treat the allergies to the point where they can no longer cause problems in daily life. Good goal. The participants were given extremely small daily doses of protein from nuts, starting at just 0.45 milligrams per day. The amount was then carefully increased while professionals closely monitored for allergic reactions through oral food challenges, whatever the heck that is. After about 3.5 years of treatment, all 33 participants were able to consume up to 750 milligrams of nut protein, equal to about 5 grams of actual nuts without problems. I hate to say it, 5 grams of nuts is not that very much. The idea that nut allergies can't be overcome is becoming a thing of the past. My question when I read this, I'm from that generation that can't understand what's with all these nut allergies these days. When I was a kid, I don't remember anybody, nut allergies. Anybody around me? Heck, I mean, we grew up on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, if I remember correctly. And even now I enjoy, I was in a izakaya the other day, and there was something on the menu called Elvis sandwich. And of course, that caught my eye. So I said, give me an Elvis sandwich. And the Elvis sandwich was bread, peanut butter, bananas, they're sliced so they lay nicely on the bread, and topped with bacon. And we're sitting at the table, and we got a big laugh. Oh my God! Yeah. And but with one bite, I became a fan. It tasted great. It tasted really good. People our age, my age, I don't want to do too much with the bacon. But even now, every once in a while, I'll take a piece of bread, spread a little super chunk on there, and top it with bananas. And good stuff. Love it. All right. Remember peanut butter and jelly? Good stuff. Peanut butter and jelly. Okay, that's I don't think it's health food, but it's not bad for you. But the problem was, if you remember, we used to eat the peanut butter and jelly and wash it down with Kool-Aid, which was probably a big mistake. Kelvin says, I miss having peanuts on plane trips. Now, if you bring a bag of peanuts, it's like you brought a grenade on. Yeah, isn't that? That's why I see that on YouTube, and I wonder, is it that much of a thing? Those of you who have kids, or Shred Edwards says, exactly. We were both old enough to remember when there was no such thing as peanut allergies. And even Kelvin says, I never heard of a nut allergy when I was a kid. We also did bobbing for apples out of a huge water tub that about 400 other kids had their mouths in, trying to get an apple out. Yeah, there's that too, right? Okay. And Mr. Chuckle says, the only debate should be between smoothie or crunchy peanut butter. There you go. I agree. I don't know. Should I just show this? I was just going to read this. I was going to be just, hold on. I'm going to enlarge the screen because it would be easier just to show you. I was going to be coy and just read this off the screen, but I might as well share it. I asked GPT about it, and I said, my prompt was, were nut allergies not a thing in the past? And GPT, in its typical namby-pamby style, says, that's a great example of how our memories can mislead us. What do you think, guys? Severe nut allergies did exist in the past, but they were much less commonly recognized, diagnosed, and reported. What's changed is partly the prevalence and partly our awareness of it. I wonder, even now, I wonder what the percentage is. Anybody know? What percentage of people suffer from nut allergies? And how does that compare with the percentage of people who suffered from nut allergies in the past? Well, GPT goes on to say researchers still debate exactly why food allergies have become more common in industrial countries since the 80s and 90s. They say maybe because of the hygiene hypothesis, like Kelvin just alluded to, children grow up in cleaner environments, fewer microbes and parasites. A lot of parasites in our days. And okay. And then they say delayed food introduction. And they said that for a period of time, pediatric advice in many countries encouraged parents to avoid giving peanuts to young children, and that might have something to do with it. And that may have led to, lack of tolerance of peanuts. Okay. Changes in lifestyle and environment. Reduced outdoor activity, lower vitamin D, changes in gut bacteria, increases rates of cesarean births. What would that have to do with it? Modern food processing methods. Not a single factor seems to explain. All right. Better diagnosis and awareness. 50 years ago, a child who developed hives, vomiting, or breathing problems after eating peanuts might simply have been described as having a sensitive stomach or a mysterious reaction. Today, physicians are much more likely to identify a specific food allergy. Well, that's okay. If there's just hives, vomiting, breathing problems that the kid gets over, that's one thing. But the way people talk about nut allergies now, it's almost like they're saying it's attempted murder, or like Kelvin said, a hand grenade or something like that. Then this ChatGPT. ChatGPT likes to cover all the bases so much that it starts babbling. Did I lose it? Yeah, looks like I. Oh, that said, here it is. That said, the image many people have of the 1960s, 50s, and 60s kids eating peanut butter sandwiches everywhere with no concerns isn't entirely accurate. Children did occasionally. There's the magic word, occasionally. What the heck does that mean? Once a year? 3 cases a year? Get out of here. Children did occasionally suffer severe allergic reactions back then. They just represented a much smaller fraction of the population, and those cases received less public attention. Okay, so what do you think, everybody? I don't know about this. Like I said, GPT tends to be so woke that it just starts babbling sometimes. I can say with 100% certainty, hanging out, I'm a boomer. I'll admit it. Though I hate to, I'll admit it. But, we, in those days, it was common to get together, 5, 10 kids in somebody's backyard, jumping in pools, lunchtime kids, a big, platter of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and big pitcher of Kool-Aid. And we'd sit there, eating away, laughing and having a good time. I never once ever in my life experienced somebody biting into a nut and going, oh, I can't breathe, never, ever, ever. So even this occasionally is overstated in my humble opinion. Why am I going off on a topic such as this? I don't know. I recently noticed that crunchy talk costs 10 more yen than smooth. I wonder why. You would think that crunchy costs less. There's less smoothing that they have to do. Don't you think? I don't know. I'm sure if you asked, there would be a reason. There would be a rationale, at least. Anybody who has tried drinking the water in a developing country knows that it's not necessarily the water, since locals drink it with impunity. Yeah, okay. I remember when I was a kid, we used to drink water straight out of the tap, no doubt straight from Lake Michigan. Now, I don't know if I would, but Lake Michigan ain't what it used to be. Okay. All right. I was just complaining so much about AI. Let's continue talking about it. But it's not a real rant. This is something that's going on in Japan. And this is an editorial out of the Yomiuri, biggest newspaper in Japan, at least. And often they used to say the biggest in the world, but in these days, I don't know if they can still make that claim. Government and generative AI. Do cabinet members understand the gravity of responses to diet questions? So that's exactly what this headline suggests. The government is planning to use AI to generate responses to diet questions. I guess they say generate responses to diet questions. I don't know. Maybe it'll come out in this article. I don't remember seeing it. But it suggests that questions that we see it on TV sometimes where the prime minister gets in front of the diet and these diet members from the opposition parties get up there and say, yeah, and they get all excited. But this suggests that the questions are submitted ahead of time so the prime minister can prepare a response. So all that kabuki for the camera. Anyway, make your own conclusions. That's what I conclude. And it says, responses made by the prime minister and cabinet ministers to questions in the diet articulate how the government will address emerging challenges and help set the nation's course. These responses are not merely explanations of policy. They are also part of policy making and can be described as a creative act. In light of this, the government's policy to use generative artificial intelligence to draft responses to questions from lawmakers in the diet is nothing short of astonishing. Okay. In addition to drafting diet responses, the government intends to utilize generative AI for various other tasks as well. It has launched a major pilot project in which a total of 180,000 employees of central government ministries and agencies are allowed to use GenAI, maybe GenAI, or GenAI, I imagine. And then they say, pronounce GenAI. I don't know, is it GenAI or GenAI? Who knows? An AI platform developed by the digital agency. So it's a Japan government developed AI platform. And drafting such responses is reportedly a major task of the AI platform. Okay, questions to the diet must be carefully prepared by answers to questions in the diet must be carefully prepared by not only checking past responses, but also considering the people's lives and comprehensively assessing various other elements related to new issues, such as conflicts of interest and national goals. So, yeah, this is the part that makes me think. Questions are submitted in advance, and that the televised question and answer sessions are just prescripted performance of the question and of the answer. So, yes. Okay, so these people get on there and they say, Prime Minister, rah, 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 and the Prime Minister gets up there cool as a cucumber. I used to say, wow, they're pretty cool at answering questions like that. But do they do that? Is that the same in the UK when the Prime Minister gets in front of the opposition party and speaks like they do? I used to think it was because people in the UK were so good at speaking that the way they would come up with these cool phrases. But maybe they do it as pre-cleared, predetermined, pre-prepared questions and answers. Okay, Udatsu. I'm sure she'll have something to tell us about the peanut thing. I'm only in my 30s, and I've met one person with peanut allergies, and it wasn't like a hand grenade situation. Okay. All right, there you have. Who's making this? Maybe we should have a Peanut Pride Day. Okay. Peanut Pride Month. As a devout anarchist, hey, Shred Edward, I need to bow out of this conversation since I consider them inherently evil. Okay, if that's what you want to do. I don't know. Do you think it's because of crunchy versus creamy? I hope not. Anyway, if this is a joke, ha ha. If it's not a joke, see you around. Okay. All right. So, diet questions. AI use in the diet. Any comment on that? Any no feedback, no comment. Everybody okay? AI is just becoming so common and people getting cool on it, don't care about it. And no, it's because I believe in the free market, which politicians do not. Okay. Evidently not, because they're politicians. I mean, what kind of person would set it as their goal in life to put themselves in a position where they can order people around, tell them what to do, and lord over them? I mean, it takes a certain kind of individual. We call them politicians. You can call them other things. But I don't know how a discussion about AI and peanuts became a free market, inherently evil free market discussion. If I'm being thick, let me know. I think it's all scripted like everything else these days. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I think it might have been before you got here, Udatsu Adventures, about how much AI there is on the on social media in general and on YouTube in particular. If you've used AI, or if you're familiar with how AI writes, you can hear very typical AI expressions, even in YouTube videos that are being narrated by a human. Okay, you may be true. And no, you brought up the politician and AI thing. Yeah, I mean the government is using generative AI to respond to face. Ask the ask the ask the prime minister sessions that we sometimes see on TV, and they have decided to start using it. That's a fact, and so I'm questioning I don't know, the propriety of something like this. Is it good? Is it something good? Do you think they shouldn't? But anyway, if you don't like the topic, well, nothing I can do about that. Okay, anybody else? What AI has to do with anarchy, I don't know. To tell you the truth, Shred Edward. But I'm not here to argue with you. But that's cool. All right. Since that topic, it's been happening a lot longer than you would think. What's that? The use of AI? Well, how long has AI been around? I don't know. I guess it's been around a long time, but it has just started getting into our general life. What, just a couple of years here or something like AI use? Yeah. Yeah. And, I mean, AI is the buzzword that is pretty new, but sure. I mean, just about, I guess, a 1-0 a 1-0 response is a kind of AI, wouldn't it? Shred Edward says it's been happening since staffers were scripting their speech. Could be. It could very well be. Because staffers say, "Oh God, I don't want to have to work all night tonight. Let's just throw it in AI and see what happens." We've mentioned this before. Shred Edward, perhaps, I think you said you work in a university and stuff like that. You know, you see it a lot in I teach writing in some of my roles, and it seems that a lot of students are using AI to write their stuff. And I always ask them, do you use AI? Did you use AI to write this? Because they're tested, their evaluation level is not the level at which they are writing. So I'll ask them straight, did you use AI to write this? The dishonest ones say no. The honest ones say a little, So yeah, it's a problem. Okay. All righty. I think of cell phone tech. The military had it in World War II. Mm-hmm. And when did the public get to use it? The 80s? Yeah. And, I've mentioned this before. In Japan, the government did their level best to avoid the introduction of mobile phones. I don't think it's cell phone yet, but I'll say it's mobile phones. They wanted to put all these restrictions on it. There was at one point where mobile phone use, like in Hong Kong, was very widespread, but in Japan it was very limited. Once the dam broke, I mean, it was all, the government resisted the introduction of the internet too. And I heard a Japanese commentator once say, it's really interesting that someplace like in the United States, you have when a new technology comes out, it seems like the first instinct is to get it out there as soon as possible, to get it into as many hands as possible, is what he said. While in Japan, the government's stance seems to be keep it out of as many hands as possible. And in a way, he's right, even though cell phones are just as ubiquitous here as they are anywhere else these days. Okay. I allow them to memorize AI responses since I can't control that, but in class, they are not allowed to use phones or during exams. Okay, yeah, of course. Yeah, that would be true. What I was saying about how they use AI in teaching a writing course, you give them a writing assignment, write 250 words on this topic, hand it in next week, kind of thing, and you can see that the quality of the text that they hand in is way head and shoulders above what they should be writing. So, I mean, it's something kind of hard to control. That's kind of my point with AI. The first AI was in the 50s. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Point taken. Yeah. To tell you the truth, I don't know if I've mentioned this, but since you brought it up, when I was in the Army, and I mentioned that I was out in Alaska, and from Alaska I came to Japan. And the branch of the Army I was in what was called the Army Security Agency. And the Army Security Agency was at that time, it no longer exists, but in those days, the Army Security Agency was the Army branch of the National Security Agency. And our work was using the best tech available at the time. And in those days, I mean, when I was in Alaska, it was 1968. I mean, I was an analyst, but all around me were all of these really sophisticated, at the time, sophisticated technological machines and devices. And it was really eye-popping and very impressive. Now, it's laughable. The tech we had back then was laughable, but we could do just technology-wise, we could do just about anything we needed to do. Of course, our requirements were shaped by the technological availability too. But I shudder to think what people that are doing the same kind of work I was doing then, what they have at their fingertips now. I imagine it is mind-boggling. And we may find out about it in the future when they get tired of it. I miss the old days where we had to creatively devise ways to cheat on exams. There you go. I went to a boarding school in high school. In the boarding school, we had the main blackboard in the front of the class, and there was a side blackboard. And the side blackboard, somebody who sat nearby would write assignments. Monday, what the homework was. Tuesday, what pages you had to read in the book, and all of this information was kept on the side blackboard. So, okay, and we could do it. And some smarty pants figured out, well, I'll write some of the answers to some of the questions in amongst this assignment text, and they did. So everybody's taking the test, just glance over, oh, yeah, 1492, that kind of thing. So there's always a way. If there's a will, there is a way. Okay. What if you ask them to write 2 articles, first without AI and then with AI? There you go. That is brilliant. What some teachers do when they see that a student's assignment, the first part of each lesson is to go over the student's assignment and point out mistakes, use the mistakes as a teaching opportunity. So when a student uses AI and writes a perfect assignment, there's nothing to teach, nothing to talk about in the first portion of the class. And so what some crafty teachers do is when a student comes in, they say, oh, yeah, your assignment was really good. I'll tell you what, just for fun, write another paragraph on the same topic here, now, without using your phone, longhand, and see what happens. Or if they have a computer, write it, type it out on their computer. And, the result is often quite a bit of hilarity. Dan is back. Hope you survived there, Dan. Hope everything went good with your teeth. With your teeth. Okay. Shredded said, would a teacher know the difference? Well, I would think so, especially if they are familiar with the student and the student's level. Actually, we have one-on-one in our writing classroom, so it's not like we have a room full of students. Okay. Kelvin says, need to head out. Got an early dinner tomorrow. Everything has great daylight and daylight. Great stream as well. Thank you, Kelvin. Hey, Kelvin, I was thinking about you if you're still there. Did you have anything to do with the Bezos boom there? Kelvin is working among the rocketeers there over in the United States. And when I saw Jeff Bezos's blue bomb blow up the other day, my first thoughts were with you. So I hope that wasn't in your neighborhood. Okay. All right, more Japan news coming right up. And I'm glad to hear this. They say that Japan, the government, aims to cut sales tax from April 2027, and they're going to settle for the 1% rate. In case you didn't know, Japan's political parties, especially the LDP, the one that won, promised that they want to cut the consumption tax, like a VAT tax, which is currently at 10%. They want to cut it to 0% on food items for 1 year. Some parties said just cut it forever to 0%, but the ruling party said 1 year. And then after the election was finished, after the voting was finished, the politicians started coming out and saying, well, it's not as easy as we thought, because in order to do that, we have to reprogram all the cash registers in the country. And, if we may, it's hard to make it zero and blah, blah, typical politician talk, politician speak, lawyering the truth. And so that I read that and I immediately felt a sinking in my heart, in my stomach. I thought, oh, Takaichi, you really looked like you were really get in office, kick butt, take names, get it done. And here you are. I thought Takaichi was backing off. And it seemed like within the government, there were people trying to force her to back off. This is my impression. So I really felt bad about that. But Takaichi later came out and said, no way, I am dead set and I'm going to do this. And it's disgusting that Japan cannot easily, Japanese technology is such that you can't easily change the tax rate. So they came out with an announcement, and here it is. The Japanese government and ruling parties have began coordinating on June 1st towards applying a 2-year limited consumption tax cut on food and beverages starting on April 2027. The leading proposal is to set the post-cut tax rate at 1%, taking into account the time needed to modify cash register systems. If the modification turns out to be shorter, setting the rate at 0% will also be considered. Now, the cash register people said, oh, it'll take at least a year to go to 0%, but we can cut to 1% right away. So the government came out with their plan and they said, okay, we'll go for 1% if you can do that right away. And if 0%, you can do it sooner than a year, then we'll go to 0%. And I respect them because they're keeping their campaign promises, which is rarer than a peanut allergy in Japan. And I'll tell you that for sure. And the ruling camp wants to deliver the consumption tax rate before unified local elections. So there's a political angle, of course, scheduled for April 2027, and highlight it as an achievement of the administration, a senior government official disclosed on June 1st. So it looks like we may be getting a food tax cut, which will be great in my book. Some people are saying, no, what'll it do to the Japanese fine? Yeah, okay, shut up. Take the tax rate, shut up, enjoy it for a year. And I have not seen so many regular people against the tax rate, including people, individuals and businesses, and I have never seen that before. You would think that a tax cut would be beneficial to the economy. It would boost the economy in some way, put more of people's money, keep more of people's monies in their pockets. But everybody, no, it's gonna, as if the only path to fiscal prosperity is taking more money away from people. I don't know. There are people who know more about this than I do, but on a gut level. Okay, Shred Edwards said, oh, good Lord, the most indebted country in the world decides they don't need tax, while also saying they want to spend money to help people pay for food. Yeah, okay, that's one way of looking at it. I guess the government could tax 100%, and that would solve the problem. Okay. One more reason I'm an anarchist. Government workers are morons. Well, that's true. I'm not going to argue with you there. But I wouldn't say that anarchists are all geniuses either. Okay, retailers will raise prices to make up for the tax cut. Could be, I don't know. Retailers will raise prices to make up. You mean in line with the tax cut? You think so? We'll see. Already prices are going up. Maybe prices are going up in preparation for this tax cut. You think that the government would do something to make them not do that? We'll see. We'll see. Snacks now come in black and white bags because they can't get ink due to the Iran war. It also lowers the price. It also lowers, but what they don't. Okay. A proven fact is if people have more money, they spend more. Yes, that's true. I think in the U.S. anyway, doesn't the U.S. tax stimulate the economy? They say lower tax, when they have lower taxes, the government is able to collect more revenue. Like I said, people know much more about this than I do. I'm a little bit like some of the viewers here who I think in terms of slogans when I think about the economy. And one of my slogans is less tax. But this thing about the government is in the red. We need to raise taxes. Well, why don't you cut spending? Okay, why don't you cut spending? I'd like it if I was able to say, oh, I don't this I didn't I blew my budget and I spent too much this month. I think I'll go to my neighbor and demand that they give me money. I'd like to do that, but I don't because I'm a nice guy. Potato chips now come in black and white bags because they can't get ink due to the Iran war. It also lowers costs, but they don't want you to notice that ingredients have decreased by 5 grams. Okay? Another trick, don't eat potato chips. They're bad for you anyway. All those trans fats and anyway, vegetable oil. Okay. Okay. But anyway, I'm always for a tax rate decrease. Okay. In my opinion. And that has nothing to do with government finances. That has nothing to do with government debt. It all has to do with my finances. Dan says it's impossible to. That's the problem, isn't it? I hate that. I agree. I often, not here so much because I've got the microphone, but on online forums, I often shoot off what I think is a cheeky, well-educated reply, and then look at it the next day and find out that I mistyped the hell out of it and look like a dork. But that's the problem. Okay, one more warning article. And this one comes at you out of Shibuya. This is important information for all of you litter bugs out there. Tokyo's Shibuya begins at 2,000 yen on the spot fine for littering. Beginning June 1st, I guess that was yesterday. Anyone caught littering in Tokyo's Shibuya ward could be hit with an on-the-spot fine of 2,000 yen, about $13, by the ward government. Convenience stores, takeaway restaurants, and vending machines operators will also face a 50,000 yen, about $310 fine, if they fail to install trash cans. Now, 2,000 yen doesn't sound like much. $13 doesn't sound like much. What can you get hit with in the States for littering? $100, $150, $200? I don't know. But they will, monetary fines do help stop littering. Let's face it. If I'm about to chuck something out the window, and I know if the wrong person sees it, I'm going to have to come up with $100, $200 or something like that. I'm going to think twice, maybe stick it in my pocket, maybe later. But here they're talking about a 2,000 yen fine, and we're going to find out something later that's more revealing about this fine. 2,000 yen fine is not much. Where I live, there's a 2,000 yen fine if the police catch you walking down the street smoking. They can 2,000 yen fine on the spot. Trouble is, I see not plenty of people. I see some people smoking, blithely smoking without trying to hide it at all. But there's nobody around to tell them to stop. There are signs all over the place, but of course, bad people ignore signs. But there are no authorities around to grab a hold of them and make them stop smoking or pay the fine. That's number one. Number two, 2,000 yen fine. I don't know about tourists and how tourists think about a 2,000 yen fine, but I know that if a Japanese person is grabbed by an authority figure and said, hey, you littered, 2,000 yen, there's going to be a big Karen fight on their hands. Surely If you have ever seen Japanese wrongdoers grabbed on the street by police, you know what I mean. There's going to be a lot of, why? What are you talking? Get out of here. I ain't paying no. And it takes a long time to collect that 2,000 yen. And I wonder if the police, when they grab somebody for this 2,000 yen littering, if they're going to do what they often do, which is grab their backpack or their and start pulling stuff out and see if there's any contraband hidden inside. So this should be interesting, especially in a place like Shibuya. Or they're just going to go after the gaijin. I don't know. But let's look at the story and find out. Vending machines throughout the ward are also covered by the new fine system. So vending machines have to have trash receptacles or else they're going to get fined. While food and beverage outlets are targeted in the entertainment areas of Shibuya, Harajuku, and Ebisu, where littering is common. Food and beverage outlet. I wonder what that means. Is that a like a window place where you can buy a coffee and walk down the street and eat it or drink it? Or snacks you can walk, crepe you can, But we know Japanese people never walk down the street and eat. Ha ha. If you believe that. The ward, now this is where I found it was interesting. The ward had already introduced fines for smoking on the streets. Here we go. And up to about 50 ward patrol officers and others make the area. This is not, here you go. This is not what I was talking about. All right, so they always already have no smoking. But like I said, I've never seen anybody stop from smoking, ever. So littering has long been a challenge in Shibuya, a major destination for visitors from Japan and abroad. Way to go. Mainichi, way to go. Way to word this correctly. Major destination for visitors from Japan and abroad. Some newspapers would say major destination for visitors from abroad, trying to shift the focus. Those damn gaijin barbarians throwing their crap all over the place. Although the ward introduced, here's the one I was talking about. All right. This is the important one that I've been trying to build up. Although the ward introduced a severe criminal fine for littering under its Let's All Create a Clean Shibuya ordinance in 1997, almost 30 years ago, according to the ward, there has been almost no record of the fines being applied. Okay, there is a law on the books that you can get a severe criminal fine for littering, but there's almost no record of the fines being applied. Typical. Remember, this is typical in Japan. Stringent laws, no enforcement. That's what's happening with the bicycle laws too, by the way, as many of us long-term residents predicted. Relying solely on public awareness campaigns and patrol guidance is no longer sufficient to curb littering. So that signals an intention to deal with the issue strictly. Okay, what do you think? You think a new ordinance will do it? Do you think 2,000 yen will make people think twice? I have seen Japanese people, not always, not everywhere, not commonly, but I have seen people walking down the street, opening a pack of cigarettes or gum or candy, take off the wrapper and literally do over the shoulder. And this thing go, and hits the street. And yeah, I would like, at that time, I always say, I think that they should issue baseball bats to law-abiding citizens. Let them deal with it that way. No, I don't. Stop eating potato chips for shamans. Yeah, especially the crinkly cut ones. Yeah. No, potato chips are bad, but man, oh man, if they're there, like I always say to people, and this is one I have to explain to Japanese people. I'm on a seafood diet. If I see it, I eat it. So if the chips are there, you know, I really start eating when the chips are down, shall I say. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, I heard about this, Shred Edwards says. Here where you are, there's a 10 million fine and 2-year prison sentence for littering. Where to go? I think, Shred Edward, aren't you out in the Inaka a little bit? In the Inaka, they need, because when I was out in Tochigi was I love Tochigi, I love the people and all this, but when you in Japan, if you want to throw away, even when you want to throw away regular garbage, you have to buy city specified garbage bags. If you want to throw away big items, sodaigomi, like a sofa or a washing machine, you have to pay money for them to deal with it. So some people don't want to pay money. Why should I pay money for throwing away garbage? And out in Tochigi, where there were beautiful green rolling rice fields and things like that, every day you would come across a pile of household garbage that somebody just came out, looked around. You can see who's there as far as the eye can see, and they dump their crap at the side of a rice field. It's really disgusting. In those cases, 10 million yen, 2-year prison. Hey, go for it. I agree with that. Ash Sasaki says they should be charged more for littering. Yeah, yeah. You know what I thought was I don't know if they're still doing it, but when I was a kid, they used to have that campaign. It was an advertising campaign. Don't be a litter bug. I used to think that was pretty cool because I used to play it in kids' shows and things like that. Don't be a litter bug. And kids used to see an adult throwing stuff around. Hey, don't be a litter bug. And I think that's, being shamed by a child, I think has a lot of power behind it. And there's no more littering. Way to go. Way to go. Another reason I'm just too old to be in modern Japan. I want to stay home where I can smoke and litter with impunity. Sans my wife. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. When you're at home, you can do what you damn please, I guess. Except for when the Oak Son's around. There's a famous Jack Nicholson movie called About Schmidt. Have you ever seen that movie? About Schmidt. And if you haven't, I highly recommend it. It's a guy. He retires from his company, and shortly after he retires, his darling wife of many years passes away, and he's all on his own. And it has to do with that, right? For the first couple of weeks where he was all alone, he was throwing stuff all over the place and peeing where he wanted to. It's a funny movie. One of the best Jack Nicholson movies I ever saw. Jack Nicholson, Kathy Bates, really great movie. I saw a dude being fined for smoking a vape at a park last Sunday. Really? A vape? Props to the police officer who didn't just issue a citation, but also explain the smoking related rules. Now, cigarette smoking, I can see outlawing that because it produces litter, when you throw the thing away and back in the day when everybody smoked, people used to think that squashing out a lit cigarette was fulfillment of their civic duty. Never thought about the butts that were laying around. But vapes, even for vapes, okay, cool. All right. I wonder just to satisfy my ignorance, not challenging, what is the rationale behind that? Why is a vape bad? Just because I don't know. Please tell me. Does it pollute the air? Okay. That's what that's. Have you ever compared the articles they put in English to the ones that they put in Japanese? And if we're getting the same news as natives, I've often wondered about. That's a good. That's a good. That's a good project. I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if it's toned in a different way. Tokyo Dan says it's cold in touch today. Just turned on my heater. Yeah, in what is it, June? But hang in there, Dan, in another week or two. I'm sure I know what we're going to be talking about. The heat. Peer pressure only works on Japanese people, sadly. I try to cultivate a healthy dose of shame. Yeah, yes, peer pressure, shame. I mean, that's almost a cliche, the shame thing and save face thing in Japan. But it is true. It is true. It's like what I mentioned on Twitter X, since it's basically, um, what's the word? Anonymous. Blah. See what happens if you live away from your country too long? Since it's basically anonymous, Japanese people are much more feisty there than they are, say, on Facebook, where they are easily identified. You can see some Japanese people saying some really, really eye-popping things on Twitter X. If you've got the stomach, go check it out. And even on YouTube, in the comment section of videos, you have some people getting really, really feisty there. Take it from me. Some of it you never get to see. Okay. Dose. Okay. You wrote dose. I didn't even realize like that. And when you realize you made a mistake, I'm sure you will do, right? Okay. Like immigration laws during Biden, stringent but not enforced. Exactly. It was exactly. And there's a lot of that in the US these days. A lot of problems in the United States could be solved if they started enforcing laws more enthusiastically. And that's not just in the government, all over. I mean, I like to watch police videos in the United States, and you see people doing horrible things. And at the end, they'll always discuss the outcome of the case, and they'll say, well, Joe Blow was arrested for, resisting arrest, speeding, doing 120 in a 20-mile zone, not, expired license, expired tags, not having insurance, uh, battery against a law enforcement officer, and they'll have these 9 charges, and they'll say, once in court, everything except disorderly conduct was dropped, and they were put on probation for 2 weeks. This kind of thing. Whatever happened to the days, like in Chicago, you'd get arrested, right? You'd get arrested. Then your lawyer would come looking for you in Cook County Jail. And where's my client? Oh, he got transferred up to the north side, And the lawyer will take the time, get to the north side. Where's my client? Well, he's back in, Cook County Jail. And he'll go back to the south side, Cook County Jail. And by the time he catches up with his client's got all these, bad marks on his face. They'll say, what happened to my client? And they say, oh, he fell down the stairs, Those were the good old days. They weren't so good if you were on the receiving end. I always think of, the movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy, where Eddie Murphy was playing Billy Ray Valentine, and he was arrested, but he was immediately bailed out by the two brothers, Ralph Bellamy and Don Amici. And he was feeling pretty good, and he's coming down the stairs of the police station, feeling his oats. And there's another guy getting dragged into the police station, and the police officers are dragging him, and the guy's fighting. And Billy Ray Valentine, feeling his oats, looks over and he says, excuse me, officer, may I suggest more use of your nightstick? I always think of that about when it comes to when I watch those law enforcement videos. But anyway, yeah, I think that's a big problem in the United States and maybe in Western countries in general. They need to enforce the laws and they need to reopen insane asylums, in my humble opinion. Littering has become a major issue in tourist destinations. Osaka got it particularly bad. Is it the is it the tourists? Is it the tourists? Has was littering not a major issue before the uptick in tourism? I don't know. I'm asking. I'm not challenging. Okay. One thing I do believe is they should bring back public garbage. I almost read that as outrage. They should bring back public garbage bins. I agree. I understand why they took them away, but it's been over 30 years already. Yeah, that was taking away all public garbage bins was pretty much a bit of Japanese overreaction. I think, somebody did something bad, so we all have to suffer for it. I saw a young boy consecutively drop 6 used tissues on the ground in Kitasenju once near the station. I pointed them out to him. He winced and moved on, didn't care at all. Yeah, I know that happens too, Lisa. Thank you. Yeah, there are bad people everywhere, and blaming it. My question is it entirely the foreigners? I know it's not entirely the foreigners. Overwhelmingly, are foreigners saying, "Oh, what am I do with this?" So just drop it on the ground. Not just an Inaka, but a very famous place where even the emperor and his wife visited. It was a big problem, so the government decided to take a hard stance. Yeah, and they did. Who was doing the littering? Is there any way to know? I mean, was it a tourist thing, an international tourist thing, or I don't know. Note to Japanese learners, JLPT 5 Minna no Nihongo textbook has a great explanation of how to take out your trash properly. Saved me a lot of trouble when I moved here. Okay, great. And we all know that is very important in this country to throw out your trash properly. At our property that I call the tree farm, Yoshino Oji, cool name, which is remote, someone dumped what looked like a van load of construction refuse, drywall, and plaster, I think. If I had been there and caught them, 10, 10, 10, 10. Yeah, too bad you couldn't. And that's one of the big problems in the Inaka too. This kind of construction refuge. When I lived in Tochigi, there was one big plot of land on the hillside that was used as a used tire dump. And it wasn't litter. I think what happened was the person who owned that land, and it was a piece of land in a location where it had no commercial value whatsoever. So I think what that person did, that person took payments to allow people to, probably a commercial concern, to discard their used tires there. So Inaka has a lot of garbage problems. But this unauthorized dumping of construction refuse is also a big problem. I came here when Japan was the smoking haven. Yeah, and it's true. In Japan, when I came here, probably same as you, if you said to somebody, "I don't smoke," they would say, "Huh? Why not?" Like there was something wrong with you. And smokers had the upper hand. There was, in Fukuoka, where I was living, on the JR train, at that time they didn't call it JR, they called it Kokutetsu. On the Kokutetsu train line, they had ashtrays, and there was smoking on the train, free smoking on the train. There was a private line called the Nishitetsu that goes out in the opposite direction, and there was no smoking on that train. But the Kokutetsu allowed smoking because the Kokutetsu had a monopoly on tobacco products at that time. So the thinking in those days was, why should we discourage smoking if we derive a ton of income from tobacco taxes? So, yeah. And there was smoking on the Shinkansen. It was smoking everywhere on the Shinkansen. Then it went to smoking only in certain cars on the Shinkansen. And then it went to smoking in designated areas in the Shinkansen. And I believe that now it's no smoking on the Shinkansen, but I may be wrong on that. Tokyo Dano, about Schmidt, Jack Nicholson. Great film. Loved, one of my favorite Jack Nicholson films. Udatsu says, I call my mother-in-law when my husband is acting up because she's good at dosing him with shame, so he acts right. Yeah. My wife did that to me one time. I was being a bad boy, and I got home, and she's on the phone speaking English. Going, yes, I know. Oh, here he is. And I said, who are you talking to? And I picked up the phone, and my father says, what the hell are you doing? And I, straightened me right up. My wife is a pretty cagey chick. You previously said you prefer the 60s Japan, but that was a smoker's paradise. Yeah, of course. Like any time. And I was a smoker in those days, which might have had something to do with it. But any time has its pluses and minuses. Back in the 60s, Japan was a smoker's paradise. Yes. Also, Japanese air was very polluted, much more polluted than it is now. It's like that old was it Cheech and Chong thing that when they're living in the city and then they went out to the country and they said, then they came back to the city and said, how was it? He said, man, glad I'm back in the city, man. I get my daily dose of carbon mo here. So there's that. And, there were things that were not good about 60s Japan. Absolutely. But the mood and the spirit and the go get 'em attitude of the Japanese people, and not take very much guff from the people in charge point of view of the Japanese people, was very refreshing. Very refreshing. Okay, thanks for asking that. Axeman says, my uncle had severe paranoid schizophrenia and was at the asylum with Jack Nicholson as a patient when they filmed One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. The asylum was the best place for him. Yeah, and the asylum is probably the best place for a lot of people who are out there running free, as long as the asylums are, controlled so they don't become torture chambers or things like that, or abuse the patients. Some people are best suited for life in an asylum and not best suited for life you can see it all the time. Watch those police videos I talk about, as I'm sure some of you do, and you'll see a lot of nutbags running around, a lot of them running around the streets. Oh, in case you haven't caught on, we're in the free talk session of the Gaijin 50 live stream. So I have no more news items. The best way of describing how Japan applies new rules is all for one, one for all, in a bad way. Or like the Three Stooges, like Curly used to say in the Three Stooges, let's see, Mo would say, all for one. Larry would say, one for all. And Curly would say, and every man for himself, which I always thought was, as a kid, I loved it. One for all for one, and every man for himself. Love it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, what? I hate to generalize, but it seems like a rule is applied and allowed to fester, And if it causes a problem, then something is adjusted to fix that problem. And, you know, hmm, it's, it seems that Japan's rules are not meant to resolve a problem, but rather to avoid conflict or provide a way to avoid conflict. Now, I know that I'm opening myself up to what are you talking about kind of response, because it's not true all the time. But it seems like a lot of Japan is set up that way. Hmm. X-Man, when they were shut down, he spiraled and didn't last a long time on the outside. Yeah, too bad. Too bad. Too bad for your uncle, huh? Okay. Yeah, yeah, living on the outside is a tough road to hoe, as they used to say. No, it was a Japanese thing since it was only famous with Japanese. Okay. I thought Japanese people never lived. No, I'm being a smartass. I'm being a wiseacre, like they used to say. Japanese tourists are as bad as foreign tourists. Of course they are. I know that. You know that. But you know, in this era of gaijin fatigue, I don't think the Japanese people want to admit that. Okay. Oh, but anyway, I wondered. I wandered through a pachinko place to find a bathroom. I felt like I was suffocating. I don't mind if people smoke, but I can't imagine it being like that everywhere. Yeah. Years ago, back in the day, when Japan was a smoker's paradise, you would, when you would go stand on the train platform, which is outside, you'd go stand on the train platform, and the odor of tobacco was pretty overwhelming. Yeah, it's true. And pachinko, you've got the added the added thing of the noise too, right? I wouldn't. I avoid a pachinko place like a. But if you know, if you had to go to the toilet, I guess. And Schindler says, "Oh, Jack Nicholson is a legend, but my favorite movie of his is A Few Good Men." Also, you know, I say Schindler is one of my favorite, but you know, how do you say your favorite Jack Nicholson movie? He appears there like for 15 minutes, but his performance there is nothing short of legendary. You can't handle the truth. If you haven't seen it yet, Schindler, there's a YouTube video where that guy, I forget his name escapes me, but you know, you had the lawyer team, you had Demi Moore, and you had Pretty Boy, and there was that one other guy who's always like a B-list actor, but he appears in some really good. He does some behind the scenes reveals about Jack Nicholson and A Few Good Men, and they're really really great, really really great. Okay, so if you really like that movie, you might check that out. Another Jack Nicholson movie that I really liked, and I liked it because I saw it when I was still really young, and Jack Nicholson was still an up and comer, was Five Easy Pieces. Five Easy Pieces. And if you like Jack Nicholson, you might like that movie too. Wonderfully done movie. Very wonderful. Anyway, check it out if you like. I would also prefer the 60s Japan, Yoshinoji says. The yen rate was what? 360 to the dollar. 360. 360 to the dollar. When I was here in the service, it was 250 to a dollar for the longest before it began to drop. But over 300, wow. Yeah, it was 360 to the dollar. At the time when I was in the military, I was making $300 a month, which put me right up around 100,000 yen. And back where I was in Fukuoka, a typical salaryman's monthly pay was just under 30,000 yen to the 30,000 yen a month, which means we were making triple what a Japanese salaryman made. And, you know, we lived really well. And at that time I was like, what, 21? And so I'll give you three guesses what every penny of those three, 100,000 of that 300,000 yen went to. We didn't have to pay for room and board that was provided, even though most of us had a place off base. But it was no wonder I have a bit of nostalgia remembering those days. Shred Edward says, I miss the Japan where the only laws were not to hurt other people. I don't know if, okay. Axeman Japan, my job shut down due to the typhoon. Okay, so I'm glad I could make the Wednesday stream. Great. Since it's free talk, do you have a top 3 recommended Japanese movies? Well, I have to say that my favorite movies have long been the Tora-san series, Otoko ga Tsuraiyo. All of them. I think they were great. I loved, even though they were very formulaic and very predictable. I learned a lot of Japanese watching those movies because it's like everyday life kind of people, and so it always had a moral lesson, and it showed. It's a good lesson on how to get along in Japan. So I would say the Tora-san Otoko ga Tsuraiyo movies are my all-time favorite. There was this is another series. I can't. Oh, you caught me because I haven't watched a movie for many years. But Tora-san, let's say Tora-san is 1, 2, 3. There was a TV series that I watched one time. It was about Miyamoto Musashi, and it was the whole. They did it was during the New Year's, and they showed the whole series in one day. And if I'm not mistaken, the series ran 9 or 12 hours. And you know what the vibe, the New Year's vibe is like in Japan. It's just like a laid back, quiet time. And I set up a place in my living room where, I might have had a kotatsu back then in front of the TV with a thing that I could rock back a little bit. And I watched the whole series, whether it was 9 or 12 hours, I don't remember, drinking a little beer, having a little food. And that was always a nice memory. That's not a movie, but anything to do with Miyamoto Musashi is interesting. I'll say this. Anybody else want to chime in? Might be better, more knowledgeable than I am. But, a lot of the old Japanese movies were good. Okay. I used to watch it. When I first came here, they had the Chambara, the samurai movies. There were a lot of them on the TV all day long. And I watched a lot of those. They weren't movies, they were TV series. And sorry, I'm not a big movie aficionado. But anybody else want to chime in? Feel free. As I mentioned before, the atmosphere inside pachinko parlors is 90% cigarette and vape smoke. Okay. All right. Did I miss that? Okay. Is vape smoke that bad for you? Is it equally as bad for you? Okay. Secondhand smoke. Did you ever hear Norm Macdonald's remarks about secondhand smoke? I saw Norm Macdonald on the Dennis Miller show when Norm Macdonald was still young and really quick and funny, but he still had that little boy charm. And he had quit smoking, and Dennis Miller asked him about it. I said, "Yeah, I heard you quit smoking." And he goes, "Yeah, that's bad for you." Like he just discovered it. That was part of Norm's thing. And then he says, "Yeah, but I found out, secondhand smoke is also bad for you. So I hate secondhand smoke." And he's typical Norm Macdonald. He says, "I used to hate secondhand smoke when I was a smoker." And, that got a big laugh. And Dennis Miller says, why is that? And he says, well, anything secondhand out of your body is bad. It's like, how would you feel if somebody took a bite of a hamburger and then you had to eat that secondhand hamburger? And which I always thought was pretty funny. But if you think about it, secondhand smoke is pretty gross, isn't it? It was down in somebody's lung at one time. Okay. $3.60 to the dollar when I arrived. A few years later, it went to $2.50 overnight. Yeah, the Nixon shock. A lot of smart old sergeants made a lot of money selling yen to those who were not so smart or didn't have the cash on hand. Dano says to take advantage of the situation. Top 3 Japanese movies. 47 Ronin. Yes. Godzilla, Shin Zero Godzilla, and Tonari no Totoro. Oh, that's a famous one. Yeah, I know all of those. I know all those movies, but I can't say I remember much about them. They are very famous Japanese movies. Samurai Time Slip is funny as hell. Oh, it sounds funny. Okay. So si uki, so shiuki, so Tsuribaka. Yeah, there's a good series, but I don't know. I'm not a big, into that fisherman vibe, but I never got that deep into that series. I saw a couple of them that I thought were pretty funny, but never got really big into it. Axeman says my favorites are Seven Samurai. Oh yeah, I forgot about Shall We Dance. I thought Shall We Dance was a great movie and captured a lot of Japanese society. Good. Perfect Days. I don't remember that one offhand, but I may have seen it. And the Tokyo Story. And the Battle Royale. Yeah, isn't that where some teenage kids were put on an island and killed each other? Yeah, I remember. Oh, I forgot about that one. Zatoichi, the blind swordsman. Zatoichi is doing. That's all. That's good. That's good. That's good. And always Sanchome no Hi. Sanchome Yuhi. Okay. Always Sanchome Yuhi. Okay. Ikigai. All right. The samurai movies in Japan were the equivalent of the westerns we used to get. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And they had the same storyline, right? Bad guys screwing up a town. Good guy arrives, chops everybody to pieces. Yeah. How about Mito Komon? Oh, talking about the samurai series, Sakura no Kensan. Sakura. Remember that? There was a guy. He was a big shot in the government, and he had a cherry blossom tattoo, like a yakuza tattoo on his shoulder, and he used to go incognito among the commoners, and always something. Every episode something would happen, and Kenchan would step in and fight the bad guys, and the police would come and arrest everybody and drag them off, and they'd go to court, and in the court, he'd be sitting there as, I don't know if he was a daimyo or a representative of daimyo, and he would start asking questions, and it was always a commoner against a government official or a commoner against some strong samurai. And during the court, always it would seem like the official or the samurai were getting the upper hand against these poor little commoners. And they'd be sitting, the woman would be crying, oh, what's going to become of our life? And these other guys would be saying, you damn commoners, you're going to rue the day you ever messed with us. And Ken's, the daimyo would be sitting there going, oh, yeah? And he says, well, you say this and you say this, talking to the samurai, and say, yeah. And he says, well, I got one thing to tell you. And he'd pull up over his kimono top and whip out his shoulder, and they'd see these sakurai tattoos, which they knew belonged to the other guy who was witness to all this. And all of a sudden, the samurais, the official, oh, the commoners would go, oh. And then he would sentence the wrongdoers to getting, everything else. And he would give the commoners some kind of, I don't know, benefit. Everybody would be happy. And until next week, come back next week. Right? I forgot exactly the name. Sakura? Maybe somebody will come up with it. Anything by Yasujiro Ozu. Such an awesome. Yep. One of the most famous, right? Yasujiro Ozu. I didn't know we had so many movie buffs here. Classic Zatoichi movies starring Shintaro Katsu are amazing. They also make great characters and moral themes. Yeah, a lot of moral themes in those, even in the weekly Chambara shows. Zatoichi with in black and white. Someone had to put the series on YouTube with English subtitles, which helped me learn a lot of Japanese. Okay, great. That's a good way to learn, isn't it? Yeah, when I smoked cigarettes, I could only be around smokers if I was smoking myself. Now I vape, so everyone smells bad if they don't smell like a cloud of cotton candy. Okay. Is secondhand vape bad for you? I'm asking as from the position of ignorance. NHK had a great morning drama about Lafcadio Hearn's wife. It was dynamite. Yeah, I know Dan loves that. Loves that. Is it still had? Okay. I know he used to watch it all the time. Never missed a show. I also love Shall We Dance, Japanese and American version. Yeah. Yeah, both of them were quite good. What was the other one too that they took about the dog? Yeah, the Shibuya dog, right? Didn't what's his name? Richard Gere also was in that one too. That's also from a Japanese movie, if I believe. Udatsu Adventures. My best friend in college called the Hunger Games Battle Royale with Cheese. There you go. That's a good one. Battle Royale with cheese. Sounds like a. I may steal that. That sounds like a double ripoff, right? A three movie ripoff. Isn't that cool? Battle Royale with cheese. That's good. Shall We Dance was nice, as was Tampopo. Yes, that's another big one. Similar era, similar vibe. My favorite Ghibli, I always mispronounce that word, Ghibli movie was Spirited Away. Yeah, very famous. I am partial to Yamada Yoji director movies, including Tora-san. But his other ones are emotional too, even though not much happens in the story, but it's always moving. Yeah. Funeral, right. Funeral. That's also a big one, isn't it? Funeral. Okay. Probably my favorite Japanese movie of all times is Merry Christmas, Mr. Yeah, that's what's his name? Takeshi Kitano. Merry Christmas, Mr. Robots. Yeah. Yeah. Nagisa Oshiba, also a very famous director. Ryuichi Sakamoto. Okay. Oh, yeah. He's the music guy, isn't he? Perfect Days and Samurai Time Slip are recent. Okay. Good to know. You'd probably like Yasujiro Ozu movies since they were done when you got here, and it's mostly common Japanese living their lives. Yeah, and common Japanese living their lives back then is much different from common, Japanese living their lives now. Very different, as a matter of fact. Oh, there's another one. Absolutely. Yojimbo, directed by Akira Kurosawa and starring Toshiro Mifune. Astonishing stuff. Yojimbo actually is I think, a regular word too, and besides being a title of that movie. often the samurai who comes into town, and saves the locals from their plight at the hands of some wrongdoing samurai. That person is called a yojimbo, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of like, you remember the Three Amigos, kind of like that kind of stuff. That's a very Yojimbo like, or the Magnificent Seven. Okay. There is a Netflix series, I think, of Jake Adelson's Yakuza book, Dynamite. Yeah, I think, did you mention that before? Yeah. And then somebody came back and said, yeah, Jake Adelson, in real life is a real jerk, so I don't know. I think I may have seen that Netflix. Seven Samurai, but with Yul Brynner and Steve McQueen. There you go. Magnificent Seven, right? That's what it was. Okay. I remember that. Darn it. What was the name of that show? I loved it. I loved that show, especially in the end where you were able to sit there and say, Zamamito, you MF, you know? Yeah. Jake Adelson is Tokyo Vice. Yeah. Famous for being, I think he's got some position in the Foreign Correspondents Club now. I think he may be the entertainment director. Perfect Days has the actor Koji Yakusho, the same guy from Shall We Dance, but he plays a content generator in Japan. It gives me Matsubasho Stop and Smell the Roses vibes. Okay. Yeah. That guy's such a good actor. He really, what shall I say? Yeah, he really captures the way Japanese men like to see themselves kind of vibe, doesn't he? Okay. They haven't done any real studies on it, so they just treat it the same as smoking. Vape, this is secondhand vape. Better safe than sorry when it comes out of you. It's just water vapor, though. I think the clouds are annoying. Yeah, in that one, I mentioned before the nicotine pouches. They have tobacco-less nicotine pouches in the West. And I saw that at one time, and I thought, well, nicotine is a stimulant. So I thought maybe I'm going to try microdosing nicotine when I have to sit in an office and start feeling sleepy instead of filling myself with coffee all the time. And so I looked up on the AI, and I found out that one of the big sellers of tobacco-less nicotine is a product called Velo, Velo. So I checked out and I found out that Velo are being sold by Family Mart. So I went there and sure enough, there it was. And I found some, and it worked. I was able to get through a day feeling pretty good just by having a nicotine pouch under my lip. And tobacco free, should be safe. So I told Tokyo Dan about it, and Tokyo Dan says, "Oh, really? Man, maybe I should try that." So I had a pack, or he went and bought a pack, or I gave him a couple, and he tried them, and and he said, "Hey, this pack says this contains tobacco," and I hadn't read any of the text on the pack because I just believed what dumb old AI told me. So I looked, checked it out, and son of a gun, it says use of tobacco products, it may be hazardous to your health, and it can turn you inside out or something like that. And so I started checking again, and I found out that under Japanese law, you cannot import a nicotine delivery system as a commercial product. Nicotine delivery systems only can be sold through pharmacies. So I did some more checking and found out that Velo, realizing this law, but still wanting to commercialize their product, started adding tobacco to their Japanese velo to get the product out there under the law. And it worked. So, in order to, this is a crazy wheeling and dealing of companies versus the government. And so, of course, I stopped using velo because I don't want to get anywhere near tobacco. That's scary stuff. But anyway, I just thought you might like to know that, and now you do. Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. Hit very close home when I moved to Japan because I've been able to see things from Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence's perspective. Felt different from when I first saw it back home. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Very good. I don't know any older movies. I watch a lot of current dramas and recent movies. My husband just watches comedies, Yakuza, loan shark stuff, and he's on a sumo kick recently. Okay. And I met Beat Takeshi some years back at Sugiwa's. I was doing some work when he was filming a movie or something on the naval station. What kind of guy was he? Beat Takeshi on the TV looks like he can be either cool or not cool. I don't know. How did you feel? Let us know. Hachi. That's it. Thank you, Lisa. Hachi, a dog's tail with Richard's gear. That's it. Why would I forget Hachiko's name? Must be the age. Must be the age. I'm going bokeh on you. Yeah, he sets one gang against another. Yeah, that's the whole story, isn't it? Very good. That's that battle royale. I've always wished I could have been here in the 70s, but sadly from the 90s, Shred Edwards says. Any recommendations for movies that capture the essence of the 70s? I'll leave that to other people. They are more knowledgeable about movies than I am. Okay. I sound like a broken record. Tora-san, early Tora-san. Good stuff. Really good stuff. All right. Vaping is considered smoking in the States. Okay. Good to know. Didn't know that. I thought it was something different. Axman says, might not be true, but I heard vape gives you something like popcorn lungs, whatever that means. Well, whatever that means, it sounds bad, even though I love popcorn. Yeah, I think, in matter of fact, that expression rings a bell. I may have heard that too. I met Maria Morty once. We became friends for a bit. She starred in that Japanese police drama during the 70s. I miss having lunch with her. She is Japanese American and was very gorgeous. Yeah, when I went to Sophia University, it was still separated between the Japanese, we called the Mombusho side, and the international side, the comparative culture side. And when I was going there were a lot of celebrities attending. And, you run into them sometime during class. And, of course, I mainly paid attention to the females, but, good looking people, but, very friendly, normal people. But, they were called upon to pose in front of the camera. It was nice to see them. They're all very nice people. Okay. Popcorn lung was a thing back in about 10 years ago, Udatsu says, when people were making the juice with the wrong kind of flavoring. You have to use food-grade flavors, and they were using the wrong kind. Wow, that sounds horrible. Popcorn lung. Nantonaku crystal, almost like the 70s, but early 80s. Nantonaku crystal. Okay. Okay, so the chemical in whatever that was calling popcorn lung, like cheap homemade stuff shops were making and selling. I didn't even know that was a thing back then. Wow. About the juice. I used to mix my own juice, so I had to learn how not to kill myself. Vape juice is just flavoring, vegetable, glycerin, and nicotine. Okay. So it's a nicotine, like I said, nicotine delivery system. Yeah, some people vape here, I believe. He was pretty open to me. Interesting guy. Okay, cool. That's it's nice when you run into a celebrity that's cool, isn't it? Yeah. In my long days of living, I've come to feel that the bigger a person is, the nicer they are. They don't feel like they have to prove something. Though I'm sure mileage may vary. English title is somehow Crystal. My friend was in it. Okay. I absolutely love Beat Takeshi. I love Japanese comedy in general. I couldn't get into his gangster movies so much. I won't give up though. Yeah, his gangster movies are pretty rough around the edges, aren't they? Okay. Do you have a link to Nantonaku Crystal? Tokyo Dan comes up with a katakana and says it's on Unext. What the heck is Unext? Anybody know? I'm sure Dan knows. Maybe he can let us know. I never heard of Unext. I don't know how long ago, but another random question. Do you have any non-typical Japanese foods you recommend? I've grow I've grown to love monja, but I would love to find new obscure foods. Well, but to answer Fred Edwards' question, I guess you can see it. It's also on Prime Video, Amazon. Okay, about food. Now, I'm a very adventuresome eater. I like to try something before I say I like it or don't like it. The one Japanese food that I tried and immediately hated was shiokara. Now, if you don't know, shiokara is basically salted squid guts or something like that. It looks bad. It looks like, did you ever have a real bad cold and sneeze and something came flying out of your nose that looks like a mixture of all kinds of different things? That's what shiokara looks like. And not that I eat stuff out of my nose, but I imagine that's what it tastes like too. And I tried it when I was very young, and I said to myself, man, oh man, what the heck is this stuff? Who would ever think about eating it? But Japanese people seem to love it. And I always felt, well, I've met my match. I always used to say, I like anything. Now, one day I went out to play golf with a group of people. And one of the people who was, we were playing at his golf course, was a big shot. I mean, top level big shot of the company from which I got most of my translation work. He was like like maybe number 4 in line or number 3 in line. And so we're sitting there, and he was a real nice guy and very gregarious. And he said, "Oh, hey, this golf course, their shiokara is something to die for. Hey, waitress, bring us a big dish of shiokara for me and my friends." So, I've lived in Japan a long time and I know how to act. And I said, "Oh, yeah, really good. Is it that good?" Playing the role, thinking to myself, "Oh, God, well, I guess I could." I was in the army and I ate some pretty gross stuff. So I guess I'll take one for the team here. So the waitress came with the, you know, thing of shiokara, and everybody's grabbing. Oh man, hey man, this is so great. You're absolutely right. So I thought, okay, through the lips, over the gums, look out stomach, here it comes. And I grabbed some and put it in my mouth, and it tasted great. It was wonderful. It had a fragrance that wafted up into my sinus cavities that was totally enjoyable. And from that day forward, I could eat shiokara. If you haven't tried it yet, Give it a go. Shiokara. I like it. Somebody mentioned here before, inago. Inago is basically fried grasshoppers. You can buy them well, at least the last time I checked, I don't go out and buy them all the time. I haven't bought, looked for them, but you can generally buy them in supermarkets in Tokyo. They come in a styrofoam tray with the see-through transparent plastic over the top, plastic wrap over the top, and they look like grasshoppers. They look like fried grasshoppers. And so getting past the sight of them is one thing, but they don't taste bad. The thought of them is bad, but they taste like you would expect tiny shrimp to taste when you fry them and they get a little crunchy. You might try that. There's one more that I'll mention before I turn this over to others, which is there's a fish called kusaya. Kusaya. And I've never ate it. And generally you can find it in some like izakaya or drinking places. And kusaya lives up to its name. When they cook it, the smoke coming out of the kusaya smells horrible. I mean, really, really bad. But some people say, "Oh man, it tastes great." I've never worked up the nerve to try it. But those are 3 foods. So let's see what else we got. I have to feed the kids if you don't wrap up before I go. Okay, all right. Well, I mean, we'll keep going as long as everybody keeps talking. So, and it's a typhoon. What else are you going to do? Champuru. I don't know what champuru is. Probably because it's Okinawan. I love the stuff. Okinawan family can't be helped. I don't know what Okinawa, they eat, maybe it is champuru. What's that vegetable that's really bitter? And, my wife likes to say, "Oh, have some of this." And I say, "Oh, that stuff is so bitter." And she always says, "But it's good for you." Anything that tastes bad is good for you, I guess. Is that what? Okay, maybe you can answer then that I got the question out there. I have been in Japan so long, I am tired of the local food. Noodles are slave food. Yeah, I call noodles, pasta, rice, potatoes, bread. It's basically peasant food, right? It's to fill the stomach. They used to say that's why, when they even look at the remains of in European used to be kingdoms, the imperial class members were so tall, much taller than the peasants, and that's because the imperial family had access to protein, meat protein, and so they got bigger, as the Japanese did after they started eating more meat. Okay. I saw Keanu Reeves in Tokyo National Museum in 2000. I was speechless. He didn't confirm or deny it was him. Isn't that interesting? Didn't confirm. Are you Keanu Reeves? I neither confirm or deny. That's okay. Keanu Reeves, I have such a good impression of him from what I have seen on the screen and from what I have heard of him. He's supposed to be a pretty nice guy. As far as running into somebody, this was down in Fukuoka way long ago. And we were at a movie and watching the movie. And when we were leaving the movie, there was this big group of gaijins, men and women, sitting together. And back in those days, tour groups to Fukuoka by gaijins wasn't a big thing so much. And so, as we often did in Fukuoka back then, you see a gaijin, you stop and talk to him. So you stop and talk. "Hey, man, how you guys doing?" And small, where you're from, small talk, and they don't let on anything. Yeah. And then you say to them, "You guys here? Are you tourists or what?" "No, we're the New York Mets baseball team." And they were there for exhibition games. They were down in Fukuoka to play exhibition games. And it was really cool. And it was really cool the way they handled themselves. But that happens. That's one of the great things about living in another country. You get to meet people and run into people that you would never get close to. And the only reason that you're able to connect with them so quickly is you're both gaijins. Okay. And Dano, thank you, Dano. You next is Japan's Netflix. Didn't know that. Shiokara looks like sandworm's fish bait. That's right. I will give it a try. Maybe I will play golf. Good one, like you did. Sounds like a good idea to do. If you're a drinker, when you get that shiokara, you know, if it's accompanied by a ice cold beer, might help. Okay. I feel you. Me and my wife have switched to Italian and Indian food about 2 years ago. You know, I can agree to a point too. You know, I have my Japanese wife, and every once in a while she'll cook. She'll do me a Japanese dinner. And in fact, she did last night. It was rice and natto and the fish and the soup that was made out of the bones of the fish, and must have been a salad in there somewhere. I can't remember exactly. But that's not a daily thing, and I don't demand it. My breakfast is usually toast and coffee, uh, sometimes a little yogurt, but that's about it. Japanese breakfast is fine. I can make it, but it's such a pain. I can eat it, but it's such a pain in the neck to prepare. A little bit heavy. For lunch, lunch is generally Western style, and generally often a sandwich, and even sometimes an Elvis Presley sandwich. But dinner, you know, it's all kinds of stuff. Okay, I'll tell you, my wife is a master cook, master chef, and she, when we were home, she learned how to cook a lot of my favorite things from my mother. And I don't know if you know this, but my ancestry is, I'm American, but my ancestry is Polish. And there was one time, you know, there were these Polish dill pickles that I used to get made in Poland. When Poland was communist and poor, and they were great dill pickles. But as soon as Poland became independent, they started adding sugar to the pickles for some reason. I think sugar is seen to be zeitaku, you know, luxurious. And I stopped eating these pickles. And I was sitting there one day. I said, "Man, I really like pickles, but you know, they put so much sugar in there." And my wife got on YouTube, learned how to make Polish dill pickles, and makes them regularly, and does a really good job. And she also makes sauerkraut without a lot of sugar in it. So, anyway, I'm rambling. I could swim with my mouth open in shiokara. Love it. And that's why I went to the dentist today. Broke your tooth on shiokara. Shiokara is pretty soft and mushy, isn't it? Kind of like a booger. I said that on purpose to concern everybody else. But shiokara is good stuff. Love it. I've always imagined concerning certain foods that someone must have been starving to eat the food. Like, hey, I wonder what this tastes like. Oishi, like natto. It's dirty sock smell. Yeah, but natto is something I like shiokara. Found I could get used to. First impression, no way, Jose. But like I've said in the past, my kids started going to Japanese school, and it's in the lunch. So they started saying to mom, "Hey, mom, get some natto in here." She started buying it. In Fukuoka, we never ate natto. Natto was not a thing in Fukuoka many years ago. It is now. And so it was on the table. I'd eat a little bit, eat a little bit, eat a little bit. Oh, not bad. I think 4 or 5 times, I developed a taste for it. I did, you know, shiokara. I had the same experience with blue cheese. Hated it for most of my life back when I was in my 50s. It was on a pizza that I ordered, so I thought, what the heck? I ate it. Hey, that's good. And I've been a blue cheese fan ever since. Hated it when I was younger. Never could imagine why any human would put that rank stuff in their mouth. Yeah, I get a kick of all those social media influencers going absolutely nuts over Japanese food, considering the millions of tourists. Yep. Even like sushi, sashimi. My wife doesn't like sushi, sashimi. She doesn't like uncooked fish. Uh, and she's Japanese. She'll eat it if forced to, but you got to force her. She doesn't care. She would rather not eat raw fish. There are many levels of shiokara, some tender and some very tough. Okay, I didn't know that you were the shiokara connoisseur there, Dano. Thank you. Yes, natto is good if you have the hot mustard with it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Even okay, I shouldn't say it because I sound like a tourist. I'll put natto on toast. It goes very well on toast, especially if you got the hot mustard. How about modern yaki? What is modern yaki? Hmm. First time I had natto in the U.S., I thought I had to microwave it and basically bombed my house with a stink bomb. Now, okay, since we're talking about natto in general, that's one thing that I found out. Since I thought, oh, I like natto, eating it with rice or something like that, or on a piece of toast. So it only stands to reason, oh, you throw it into fried rice or into an omelet and fry it. Ah, be pretty good. I have found that natto, when heated, stinks to high heaven. I don't like cooked natto. And they serve it sometimes on at izakaya. And I don't like the taste. I don't like the smell. It smells pretty bad. Axeman Japan. That is hilarious. Yeah. I wonder, did they explode? Did the beans explode? Goya, thank you, Lisa. That's what I was thinking of. That Okinawan vegetables. That's an assault on the human senses. Really bitter. But some people love it. Some people love it. The best canned iwashi. There you go. I'll eat canned fish sometimes when you're in a bind, need some quick protein. Yeah, I think it's good stuff. And they've got all kinds of canned fish in Japan. So like if my wife wasn't is taking off, go back to Kyushu for a week or something like that. Canned fish is one of my go-to meals since I'm such a lazy person. Shredded is back in here. I think you're a modern gaijin in Japan who loves what it has become. Me, I hate what it has become. Wow, Shred Edward, you're a real name caller today, aren't you? Okay, go out and have a cigarette and throw your trash on the floor. Tokyo Dano watched Keanu Reeves last night, Exposed, a 2016 movie. My wife was really into it. I was confused the whole time. Really? Never saw that. So I think the last Keanu Reeves movie I ever saw was where he goes out and kills everybody because they killed his dog. I can't remember the name, but yeah, I like those. Shred Edward, that's an interesting observation. Is it? Oh, okay. People think I am so unhealthy in Japan. I only eat past 5, Ramadan style. Doctors always look at me like a freak here, but I am very fit and feel great all the time. Big believer in fasting. Yeah, the so called intermittent fasting. A lot of proponents of that. And good if you want to live that way. Some people do it different ways, don't eat anything until lunch. Or do you eat in the morning? Okay. But yeah, don't eat anything past 5. I think that's one of the best ways to do intermittent fasting. because they say when eating past 5 is actually not good for you. Okay. Shred Edwards says, yeah, I just wish it would go back to what it was. Okay. Just keep wishing. See what happens. All right. Axeman, I'm convinced it's not more popular because you can't make a lot of money just selling a water diet. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, a lot of diets, the diets are, you got to buy the plan and stuff like that. A lot of them are very complex, right? You got to do this, you got to do that, and it's got to be exactly this and got to exactly that. Really, really, you've got some real diet Nazis out there. Axeman Japan, have you ever done a 7-day dry fast? Oh, sour pickles. Yeah, dill pickles. That's a quintessential Eastern European, probably. So, yeah, yeah. I'm Polish ancestry. Love that stuff, and the sauerkraut too. Actually, I've got a weird tongue, I think. Let me consult with you, GAIJIN 50 experts, because this is something that drives my family nuts. I can take a wedge of lemon, bite into it, pull it off the skin like you do with an orange, chew on it and eat it, and I don't feel any sour. Tastes great to me. Tastes just like an orange, a different taste, but similar kind of vibe as an orange. And my family goes nuts every time I do that. I don't know, is there's something wrong with me or I'm sick or what, but that is a fact. And it wasn't always so. It has happened within the past couple of years. I'd be interested in hearing what it was compared to what it has become. Okay, if that's what you like to know. Dan, you were here too. It was basically a free country as long as you don't hurt anybody. I'll just let that one hang out there. Japan is a free country. Okay. Never more than 2 days, but I might try going to the US this summer. They are robbing people blind with food prices there. Yeah, they seem to be. And yeah, here too, food prices are going up. Oh, by the way, about going to the US, please join us on Saturday. Saturday live stream will mark the return of the Carl. Carl's back after, what is it? Is it 3 weeks in the United States? And I'm sure he'll have some fresh observations to give us. He was telling me how expensive the plane ride was, but I'm sure he had a lot of experiences there that will be worth hearing about this Saturday, only here. Exclusive interview on GAIJIN 50 Plus. Japan is now full of rules, laws, and regulations which were never a thing. For some reason, I never remember of Japan that was never full of rules, laws, and regulations. Maybe you just didn't notice there, Shred Edward. Okay, when I grew up, I started liking things like blue cheese, mushrooms. I haven't tried to see if I like sardines on pizza like my mom. Yet, lots of that. I'm not sure they still have them. You know what? Anchovies on pizzas were a big thing in Chicago. It was one of the, not big thing, it was one of the options you had when ordering a pizza in Chicago. Anchovies. And anchovies are a little bit expensive. My wife makes anchovies too, by the way. But if anchovies aren't available, sometimes I'll buy a store-bought pizza and I'll put stuff on it, like tuna or olives and stuff like that. Never pineapple. But if there are no anchovies available, I'll put sardines on pizza. Yeah, not bad. Okay. My daughter lives in California. The price of food is so expensive there, it is prohibitive to go out and eat. Yeah, California seems to be having a lot of trouble these days. And, U.S. in general, I heard, they're saying, I heard of, I watched a video recently, and I have no way of knowing, but the narrator said, was it in California or was it in the United States? Might have been in California. $100,000 a year is not well off anymore. $100,000 a year is okay, survivable, but it's not well off anymore. Dan says, I used to hate tomatoes. Wow, that's interesting. But 33 bouts of radiation treatment for throat cancer changed my taste buds. So now I love tomatoes. Wow, that's interesting. Do you think that, I mean, it was from before and after? It was that noticeable, like flipping a switch? That's interesting. It's how it hits your taste buds. Okay. Udatsu says, I love natto and nagaimo when it's grated and gooey, fluffy konyaku. I hate cooked fish, but I love grilled saba. Yeah, grilled saba is some good stuff, right? I like cooked fish. Yeah, depending on how it's cooked, of course. But actually, one of the grilled saba is one of the things, and this is not to say it applies to you, but there used to be a lot of grilled saba eaten in Japan over a charcoal flame, and doctors say that was one of the causes of the high incidence of stomach cancer in Japan, because the saba would be grilled and it would be burnt. And just like burnt meat is not good for you, I guess burnt fish is not good for you. And some doctors, I'm not going to say everybody, but researchers said that was one of the causes of the high incidence of stomach cancer in Japan. Okay, smoke a cigarette and throw a cigarette on the floor. There you go. You can do that. You've got permission. Oh, you throw your cigarette on the floor. You can throw your trash on the floor. You throw anything you want on the floor. It's your house. Only if your wife is out. That's incredibly disrespectful. Well, Shred Edward, you must be in a real bad mood today. Okay. John Wick is a modern action movie. There it is. That's the one I was thinking of. John Wick. Love watching that stuff. All right. Tokyo Dano, modern modanyaki. Okonomiyaki with yakisoba inside. An Osaka food. They didn't know about it in Tokyo back in the 80s. When I asked Tokyoites, they thought I was a crazy gaijin and wrong. Yeah, Tokyoites, modern Japanese people, Tokyoites don't believe me when I tell them back in the late 60s, early 70s, there was no natto in Fukuoka. It was after we came to Tokyo and I heard about natto. I said to my wife, what's natto? And she says, that's gross, rank stuff. Nobody eats it. And I said, okay, can you buy some? And she actually got upset because I asked her to buy some. It was that unknown in Fukuoka. That time there wasn't the modern transport that we have here. Okay. Okay. I'm going to and from California. Okay. I don't look forward to paying for food. Definitely no plans to go tipping anywhere. Yeah, I heard in Japan too, like chicken is about or did go up a lot, which is surprising because chicken, I like chicken, and I used to go for it because it's less expensive, right? Speaking about the lemon, try putting it in your black tea. Yep, that's always good. That's always good. Okay. Ah, Axman Japan, you might be a bit taken back. My daughter is paying 1/3 of her monthly salary in taxes. Okay, 1/3. Growing up experience. I was told that in Japan, a young person starts working, and by the time all the deductions are taken, it's going to be it's always going to be it's going to be more like 50% or something like that. Okay. The rules, laws, and regulations aren't just happening in Japan. They are happening in all countries because of the monetary system hinged to debt
based fiat currencies, I think. You might be right there. You might be right there. There seems to be a lot of rule, law, and regulation passing, and whether they're being enforced is another question. Rules and regulations are a kind of national support, here in Japan, right? National sport here in Japan, right next to baseball. Yeah. After my conversion to tomatoes, I came to believe that everybody's taste buds are different. Yep. Liking, disliking food is more as a physical thing than a mental shift. Okay. Throw your litter on the floor is what he said, Shred Edward. Stuff that was normal back then. Well, actually, Shred Edward said in a previous comment that he would like to be able to smoke and throw litter on the floor at home, but his wife won't let him, which I took to be a humorous remark, to which I replied humorously. But as I said, I think Shred Edwards in a bad mood for some reason, so don't worry about it. Don't, okay. Shred Edwards is always welcome. Always welcome. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to get into an online argument. I hope that everybody keeps things light, friendly, and pleasant. Okay? I would love to be here Saturday, but I'm going to one of those karaoke boats for the first time in Ryogoku. I don't much like boats, but just hoping to bust some Jim Croce, all-time favorite. Jim Croce's a good guy, right? Good singer, wrote some good stuff. Okay, all right. Shred Edwards says last time he went to Tokyo, there were signs everywhere telling him not to do this and not to do that. It wasn't like that before. I don't know about that, but there are signs everywhere. And I always recall wasn't there a song, popular song back when? Signs everywhere, signs. Do this, do that, don't, something like that. But yeah, I mean, to me, it's pretty much been here forever. And perhaps there was a time where you couldn't read the signs. There was that too. When I was finally able to read a sign, it opened up a whole new world of Japan to me that I never noticed before. That's my personal opinion. Dan says, I love pineapple on pizza, also blue cheese with honey. Dan, you are officially going to be banned from the channel if you love pineapple on pizza. Blue cheese on honey, yeah, okay. People like to put honey on blue cheese pizzas too, but that's okay. So, pineapple on pizza, okay. I don't know if I can forgive you for that. I can forgive you for a lot, and I have in the past. But pineapple and pizza, I don't know about that. California, thank you. Newsom and Bass. Oh, is that did they do the signs thing? Okay. Well, I'm happy to say I have no intention of leaving Tokyo. I love it here in terms of trade-offs. It's a no-brainer. Me too. I once went back to Fukuoka thinking, well, maybe it's time. And I lasted there for like a couple of years and came back to Tokyo. Tokyo is just too convenient in many ways. Some things don't like it. Some things hate it. But everything in consideration. Okay, I hated that smell of grilled saba as well. Sometimes my Chinese neighbors do it here too. It's a smell you can't forget. Yeah, I've got a friend, an acquaintance who also teaches at the same place that I do. And she says that is it her kitchen window or her bedroom window? One of her windows that is open often is right below the window or the exhaust fan of the building next door. And she's also always having trouble with them preparing their meals. Immediate transformation. Well, almost. My ability to taste went away And when it came back, I love Tibet. That's so interesting. Okay. And Udatsu Adventure says, you're in a bad mood because you're being straight up, a straight up D for no reason. I got you. Oh no. I was trying to okay. Anyway, it seems like Shred Edward says he's not going to take it anymore, so I'm just too disrespectful. Anyway, okay, I'm not going to get in a bad mood. Schindler says, my wife loves natto. Her Japanese friends were shocked when she ate it in front of them. Thank you, Udatsu Adventures. In front of them for the first time. European lady eating natto, no problem. That does not compute inside a Japanese head. Okay. All right. So, yeah, the Japanese people have yeah, Americans or Westerners used to say things about the Japanese that the Japanese heard about and then kind of absorbed into their mindset and culture. And I've got some real some real interesting theories that I've picked up from reading and that I have formulated on my own that I'll talk about in future videos. And even like this samurai culture and bushido and stuff like that, there are many people who question how much of this is real Japan and how much of this is Japan absorbing what the West thinks of Japan and incorporating it into their really, it's a real cool discussion that I'll have someday on camera. Udatsu says, I think all of his humor is, yeah, unfortunately. I wouldn't say that. I'm getting old too, but, oh, lack of humor is getting old. Okay. All right. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah. Well, I was trying to talk us out of it, but it didn't work. But anyway, let's not let that put a damper on our mood. Pineapple pizza is another thing I like now that I'm getting older. Ha ha. You know, I will say, all right, I would never confess this in public. But since we're among friends, and I know you guys won't tell anybody else, I don't mind the taste of pineapple pizza. In fact, it doesn't taste that bad. I confessed. All right. I finally my therapist has been telling me I should get this off of my chest for a long time. But anyway, it's just the thought of pineapple pizza. Okay. Being from Chicago, where they have primo pizza, pineapple on pizza, just, it's like those California rolls, I don't know. Okay. Anyway, don't tell anybody though. Maybe there were always rules, but they were just implied and socialized at school. Reading the air for implied rules have taken me 10 years to catch even a low fluency in reading in the air. Yeah. And like I said, a lot of the love, the Japan, the positive Japan or wide-eyed Japan derangement syndrome that a lot of people have when they first get here is due to the fact that they don't understand 98% of what's going on around them. And that includes the signage. Now, if you're in Tokyo, a lot of the signs are in English. But if you go outside of Tokyo, especially long ago, there wasn't that much. And there were a lot of signs saying things like, keep off the grass, don't do this, don't do this, do that. And a lot of the announcements on the train, don't forget your umbrella, don't put your finger in the thing, don't pull the emergency. There's a lot of that. And if you don't understand it, you're sitting there with a grin on your face saying, isn't it nice? Japan is so nice. Nobody's bugging you constantly like they do at home. There's a lot of that too. And then As you mature, as you grow up in your Japanese experience, you learn the spoken language more. Oh, that's what they're telling me. You see the written language. Ah, that's what that means. And you start saying, wow, there's sure a lot more of that than there was when I first got here. I'm okay. Enough of that. Another random topic. Axeman, you're always welcome. Your random topics are gold. I'm a fan of going to Ome, biking around the city, and hope to play more golf. But any other good hobby ideas for Tokyo? Okay, when you say biking around the city, you say bicycling? If you're in the West Japan area, it is very not that hard and a lot of fun and a good workout to, if you're talking about bicycle to Ome. Actually, you can probably bicycle as far as Okutama, the city of Okutama, and it's not bad. It's uphill going, downhill. I mean, going back home is a real thrill. But years ago, when I was young and dumb, I rode a bicycle, and it wasn't it wasn't a sporting bike. It was just a regular bicycle. I rode it up from Kunitachi. I rode it from Kunitachi to Okutama. Stayed a couple of days, a couple of nights in Okutama, and rode it back home. And like I said, the ride back home was much easier because it's mostly downhill. But it's very doable, and it's very refreshing because you're riding. The only bad thing about Okutama is the recent bear situation. You got to be careful about that. Okay. Playing golf, that's good. I played golf for a long time. In fact, that's why I lived in Tochigi, because I was a big time golfer. Loved the game. Game didn't love me back. I'm sad to say. But anyway, that's another good activity. If you like jogging out in the area, over there, can you see where I'm pointing? There's a thing called the Tamagawa Josui. Tamagawa Josui. And the Tamagawa Josui is like a man-made aqueduct that runs from way out Hamura or farther than that, way out west, all the way. It'll take you. You could go all the way to maybe Tokyo Bay. There's one place where it goes underground, and you could quit. You have to quit following it. I know you can go take it as far as Mitaka, but it meanders out there, and lots of trees, and there's a path. The path is a little bit rough because there are tree roots and rocks along the Tamagawa Josui, and there's always a road next to the Tamagawa Josui, and you can use that for jogging, hiking, bicycle riding, and it's a real good way to get your exercise and enjoy a good ride. Okay. All right, let's keep going. And as Dan totally points out, my point exactly, ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss. Yes. Okay. And inability to read is bliss too. Okay. You could just think, if you're going somewhere and there's a sign that says "Do not enter," Japan's a nice place. They let you go anywhere, right? Okay. Okay. You're going to talk about the Japanese absorbing the West version of Japan. You should look into the history of Hawaii's culture and how it was changed to suit an idea of what the island is for tourism. Oh, they've got the same thing there? That would be a good. Oh, I always believed everything I saw on Hawaii 5-0. I met a guy in Fukuoka, of all places. He was here. I think he was trying to be English teacher or something. Really interesting guy. And I sat down and started talking to him. And I said, where did you come to Japan? Where do you come from? And he says, well, I was living in Hawaii. And I said, oh, really? Oh, man, must be cool. What did you do there? And he says, I was a policeman. And my dream as a young man was to be a policeman. And I almost became a policeman 2 or 3 times in my life, but never pulled the trigger. Glad I didn't, the way things are now. But I said, man, that must have been cool being a policeman in Hawaii. He said, are you kidding? It was horrible. And I said, why? And he said, well, picture yourself going in for a disturbance or a fight, and you get there and these big, huge Hawaiian Samoan looking dudes waiting for you, young guys who are big and strong, not only just big, but strong. And they hate white people, the interlopers. And he said, it was horrible. It was dangerous. It was horrible. He says, all of the natives hate the newcomers. It was quite a story that he told. But yeah, okay, I will look into it. It might be interesting. It might be, if I do something on Japan, it might be good as an aside. With all the news recently, I am having second thoughts about living in Japan, Udatsu said. I'm starting to think Southeast Asia would be closer to visit. The more news I see, the less I feel like the kids and I are welcome. Yeah, that's the problem, right? I mean, there are international schools you can send the kids to, and all of their contemporaries are GAIJIN kids like them, and some Japanese kids who want to get an English education. But there's still the Japanese society. I don't want to turn you on or turn you off or influence your decision in one way or the other, but it is a concern. My wife was really concerned when my kids went to school, and they were fluent in Japanese, and they went through the Japanese school system up until senior high school. My wife got really worried in senior high school, and the kids are going to get picked on. And they had some, there's always going to be jerks around, and they had some incidents, but they ended up okay. So yeah, it's something to think about. Okay. Udatsu says, new Hawaii 5-0 is pretty accurate, expensive, with a lot of homeless people and drugs. Ha ha. Yeah. Sorry, Axeman Japan, I skipped you. Yeah. I have a road bicycle. Biking to Ome sounds so nice. It's a great idea. I wonder if my wife would allow it. I love Frisbee golf too. I actually live near a small course. Frisbee golf looks so interesting. I've never tried it, but it looks so interesting. Some of those guys are really good, huh? The way they bend the Frisbee around trees and stuff like that. I'd like to try it, but I don't know if I've got what it takes. Being a policeman, there was a time when I wanted to be like Don Johnson in Miami Vice, driving Ferraris, putting bad dudes in jail while wearing a white Armani suits and slippers. Yeah, Don Johnson looked pretty cool in that, didn't he? I was enrolled in the University of Illinois, and I didn't know what I was going to do. And my father had a small construction products related company. And I said to him, I don't know, and he said, yeah, well, let's start school and see what you want to do. And so I started going into the preliminaries, and they gave you all those psycho tests. What would you rather be, a conductor or a train driver? What would you rather be, a cowboy or an Indian, kind of thing? And I took one of those psycho tests, and they said, okay, one of these interests tests. And they said, okay, based on this test, you are most suitable as being a teacher, a policeman, or a social worker. So I thought, well, I don't know, social worker, that doesn't sound so. Teacher, yeah, okay, but I was just 18 years old at the time. I teacher. I didn't have a high regard for my teachers. Now, policemen, now we're cooking, right? Give me a gun and let me shoot bad people. So That's what I enrolled for. I was enrolled to go to the a course in administration of criminal justice, and I was looking forward to it, but I was worried because I was 18 and I was not the studious type. I had a girlfriend and I had rambunctious friends. My stream is hung. Well, it's not hung here. Ha, me too. You two guys, what are you doing, huh? Oh, okay, Schindler. Me too. Oh, Miami Vice. Okay. Anyway, your stream is hung. Dan, I know you like my stream, but I didn't expect a compliment such as that. Anyway, so I knew I probably wouldn't last in college because I wasn't in the, I had gone to a all boys Catholic boarding schools, did a lot of studying and book reading and stuff like that, and I was ready to go. So that's why I joined the army, because I found out that if I joined the army and I did well on the initial test, that I could choose my job, my so-called MOS. So I did the test and I told them I wanted to be a MP. And they told me, well, sure, you can be an MP, just sign on the dotted line. And but what happened was put me, the test was good enough that I could get in the Army Security Agency. And they said, well, you should do that. That's much better. I said, no, I want to be an MP. And they got me in, and they tricked me out of my MP. They said, have you ever had a moving violation? And I said, yeah, I was ticketed once for doing 30 and a 25, 30 and a 20. And they said, well, that settles that. Can't be an MP if you've ever had a moving violation. Guess you got to settle for Army security. So stupid, right? I know now that they tricked me out of it, but I'm glad they did, as it worked out. Okay, Udatsu says, my husband is completely oblivious to everything going on currently with the politics and policies and visa stuff. Just remember, in Japan, things come and go, so things can change. But right now, they're being a little bit. There's quite a bit of, like one of my commenters said, the air has changed. Right? It's not constant. It's not 100%. It's not always. It's not all people. But the general air has changed. I've started calling it GAIJIN fatigue or foreigner fatigue. Okay. So Dan says, oh, I accidentally paused. I do it all the time, Dan. Don't feel bad. So depending on where you live and your politics, I'm not sure I would be welcome back home in some parts of the U.S. as well. Out-group pressure has its benefits as well, in my opinion. Yeah, you're not expected to toe certain lines. Yeah, I told you when I went back too. When I went back, of course, my way of thinking had changed and my way of talking had changed. And I met with my friends from my friends since primary school days, really good salt of the earth friends. And I would say something about Japan, and they would answer very diplomatically. They'd say, what are you talking about, you asshole? You don't know. It was a real shock to the system. Axeman Japan, if I lived in the USA, I'd probably be in a fight every day or dead. Okay. And probably, okay. I wanted to be a marine biologist, Egyptologist, and eventually I wanted to be a writer. There's still time. Yeah, writing. I don't know. Is writing a thing anymore? Is book publishing a thing? And I know they still do, but do people buy them? Tokyo Dano, I know the feeling. Only being moderately fluent in Japanese is a good muzzle for me here, though. Yeah. I use that with my friends, in fact, when they crack up over it, and they say, they tell me something that I don't want to hear, and I always say, "Sumimasen, Nihongo dekinai, Nihongo dekimasen," right? It's always good for a laugh. Is there a new Hawaii Five-O? Okay. I think it might be on one of those streaming channels, Dan. The commodification of Hawaiian culture for tourism began in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, though the 1930s solidified the specific stereotypes used today. I remember when I was a kid, one of the drinks, Hawaiian Punch. Remember the commercial? Got the company into trouble? In the commercial, there'd be some kid or some person talking to another person, and they would say, "How would you like a nice Hawaiian punch?" And the other person would say, "Yeah, sure." And then the first one would boom and let them have it. And evidently, some kids started doing that to their aunts and grandmothers and mothers, and they stopped using that commercial. Tokyo Dano, it's not new anymore, but 2010s, 2020s, I think it was. And Dan says, "Oh, then I watched every episode." Okay. Hey, Ed, you're a Hangzhou crack. Couldn't resist. Couldn't resist. Dan and I like to tell each other jokes. With every year spent abroad, with every visa/PR renewal, you are getting further from a place you used to call home. Just like Voyager. Everybody, everybody except one has such a great sense of humor today. Really, really happy to see that. This is the kind of live stream I like. It's true. It's true. Like just like Voyager 1, getting farther and farther away from home into more and more uncharted territory. Gaijin fatigue is everywhere these days. I think it's fair. Yes. I always think of it like sports. People tired of seeing people playing soccer on the baseball diamond and complaining. That's a good way to put it, isn't it? Oh. A couple notes here. Yeah, it's true. Just little annoyances start building up and building up and building up and building up, and all of a sudden, poof. You know, I had a guy jostle me really rough on the train, and I thought, wow, is this gaijin fatigue or what? I mean, he could have gone. He had a choice of ways to it was I was standing there holding the string, and he had a choice of ways to get past me. It wasn't very crowded, and he decided to go through me. And I right away thought, oh, is this going to be a regular thing? Japanese people going to start pushing gaijins around, which is maybe too much of a automatic reaction, to be fair. Then just yesterday, I was getting on the train in another station already packed with people, and I saw two Japanese guys, and both of them were pretty big, start going at it in the train. One guy was trying to get past another guy, and the guy that wasn't getting off the train pushed back. So the guy that was getting off the train pushed him, and then they got into it. And the guy getting off the train was trying to pull the guy. And I thought to myself, well, maybe it's not just gaijins. Maybe it's other people fatigue or something like that, right? And gaijin fatigue, ugh, yeah. Sometimes I feel it too. Just joking. That's what Adventure says. I have some books on Kindle Unlimited. Only my friends have read them, though. I made a whole $5. Okay, way to go. Way to go. We got something interesting to say. Make a YouTube channel. It's not that hard. And all you got to do is be able to keep refreshing your content. And any if I can do it, anybody can do it. Okay. Did you self-publish on Amazon KDP from Japan? That's a good question. No, I'm in the US now, but they're in the Japanese Kindle store as well. Okay, got it. Sounds like somebody's trying to look for a way to publish there. Good, I've I've thought about it often, but it just seems to be so much work. I strongly, if you've got something to say, hey, I urge you YouTube channels are getting easier if you do them as a human being, because there's AI all over the place, and people like to hear human beings talk. Tokyo Now, I'm going to pause the stream, go down and make a hot dog. Hey, Dan, get your priorities straight. You know, come to think of it, I was in Japan when I wrote and published the first one, but it was on the USB site or US site. Okay, that's adventures. Okay, throw a link up there. Shameless self-promotion. Go ahead, throw a link up there if you got one. Your Amazon link, no problem. Maybe some people want to check it out. I think it was the 1930s in Japan, much like in Hawaii, marked the mass media explosion of these stereotypes, but with a focus on aesthetic perfection and misunderstood identity. Well, if you're familiar with the post-war Japan and wartime Japan, the United States was not very knowledgeable about Japan. You know, it had some knowledge, but you think of it, right? Japan came out of isolation right after the, 1880s, something after the Civil War. And they started modernizing from then. And they were closed until then. And they still had a kind of like a closed nation mindset, but they weren't closed, right? Mindset, I should say. And so not much was known about Japan. And then they went ahead and kicked Russia's butt in a naval battle. And all of a sudden, people started going, well, what's this? And then there's World War II. And the American government thought, well, we got to do something about these Japanese people. First, we better understand what we're up against. And so they commissioned a study by a woman called Ruth Benedict. And Ruth Benedict was actually, I think she was an archaeologist. And she did this very famous book. If you've studied, did any Japan studies, you would have read it or heard about it. And it's actually a pretty good, well-written book for the time. But she had never visited Japan, and she did it all, it would be like an AI today, right? She gathered all the information and wrote a book. And she presented Japan as a mysterious place. And she overplayed the samurai identity and Bushido thing, and the Japanese are always this way and never that way. And she wrote it like that. It's a good book. I read it and I liked it. When I read it, I thought it was well done. But hers was like the culmination of what had been going on for a long time since Japan kicked Russia's butt in a naval battle. Because as soon as that happened, people started saying, well, how did that happen? And they came out with this warrior samurai, Bushido, Giri, Gimu, On philosophy. And the Japanese, coming out of a feudal system into a modern system, some Japanese writers latched onto these. One, as a way of explaining what are we Japanese? And of course, they were complementary characteristics. So, somebody said, oh, the Americans are all brave and upstanding and never tell a lie and always wear white hats. You hear that and you say, yeah, that's a pretty good depiction of me, and you start believing it. So also, it was used as a propaganda tool to get to marshal, not marshal, I got to use that word differently, to inculcate a martial mindset into the minds of what were basically country bumpkins in the country. You got all these people coming out of the countryside to join the military. Tokyo's population wasn't enough to, you got all these people coming in, and you had to make them fierce warriors, right? What better way to do it? To say, you are Japanese in the spirit of the samurai tradition. You never give up. You never surrender. You fight until the death. And so now, still that, we picture the samurai as being this very noble guy and stuff like that. And it was, may not have been so. Some scholars say. Now, I know that by saying all this, I'm putting my neck out there, which may be chopped off by a samurai. But yeah, look around. You might be able to find out about it. The reason I ask is because I'm writing 3 books. I want to self-publish on Amazon. KDP. Well, get on it, man. What are you doing here? No, I'm just joking. Well, are they any good? I mean, are they going to be good? Are they, yeah, let us know about it. Maybe you'll get some sales. Axeman Japan. I always tell my kids to be considerate of upset Japanese people. Good advice. The reason is so nice here. The reason it is so nice here is because there are countless Oji-sans slaving away. Japan runs on many people's suffering, in my opinion. Well, X-Men, I'll tell you. When I was a young guy and I was in the translation business and deep in the Japanese business world and having to deal with it day by day, and I was much more cynical than I am now. And it's because, like I told you before, payment sometimes took a year by the time you got through with everything. So, and I used to see Japanese people, putting in unbelievable, inhuman hours working and loving it and taking it and sacrificing their weekends and stuff like that. And it would happen in my life too. Things would be going well, and then somebody would say something or do something in my Japanese society, or demand something that would immediately introduce pain and displeasure and suffering in my life too. I'd be sitting here feeling, pretty good. I got to, and I was like, yes, oh God, what? And I used to say, my stock phrase was, yeah, Japan, if someone's not suffering, they think something's wrong. If you know what I mean. It's the purpose isn't to eliminate suffering, it's to introduce suffering. Now, that's what I was very cynical. And I don't feel that way so much now, but kind of, we can feel that maybe it does increase, still exist a bit, as Axeman said. Okay, you may be right. Ash Sasaki, I remember talking to you before about the propaganda. It's thick. Yeah, I had you in mind when I was talking about that. The conversation that we had. Yeah, propaganda. It's thick. Yes. Let's just leave it at that. About I saw a video the other day. It was about how foreigners should behave. And they went around with a microphone and they said, what do you want? What request do you want to make to foreigners living in Japan? And they were going around asking people, and different people would say different things. And they asked some guy who's obviously a train guy. He had his little, I don't know if he was a conductor or a driver or a station guy, but he had his little train hat and his coat, and he looked like a typical railway worker. And they said, what is one thing you would appreciate for Japanese to do that foreigners should do, that Japanese would appreciate so much? And this guy said, well, if there's one thing you could do that would make Japanese happy, it is when you get on the train, wear your backpack on the front. He says, that is a unique part of Japanese culture. And if you just did that, Japanese people would be so pleased. And I heard that, and my immediate reaction was, what a bunch of BS that is. Now, if you've been here a long time, you know that it's one of my pet peeves is wearing backpack on the front. In fact, now that the backpack is in the front, a lot of people, guys, I should say, a lot of guys use it as a battering ram when getting on and off the train. I see many guys with the backpack on the front doing this as they get on the train to get people out of their way. So to say that this is politeness or unique Japanese culture or politeness is about like this, right? I looked into this one time, and because I believe that's wear it on your back, wear it on your front. The end thing is still the same. It's just that you can't see it on your back, but you're still taking up the same amount of space. I would say grab the backpack with your hand and let it hang down at your side, takes up less space, or put it up on the rack above, takes up no space. But anyway, that's my pet peeve. I won't dwell on it. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the way this guy put it, he had this real Japanese people, if you barbarians would just understand, kind of look on his face, which I thought was really strange because I looked into this backpack thing one time. And from what I was able to find out, it was suggested one time on a TV talk program. Some famous person says, well, Japanese people wear backpacks on the back, and when they turn around, they bump into other people. They should wear their backpacks on the front. This was mentioned on a TV show by some parento. So somebody picked up on it. It started gaining steam, and it became an integral part of Japanese culture. Just terrible. Sorry about my rant. I don't do it all. Maybe that bad mood is catching. People say Japanese people live to work. I think they live to find a joy in their craft, and I really respect it. I also feel compelled to protect my craft. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. But the thing about but I don't know if it's general, but I know that in Japan, perfection of the craft means to sacrifice everything for the sake of the craft. And that is to be respected in many ways, if that's what you want to do. Okay. Schindler says backpackers are period. People who wear their backpacks on the back. Yeah, I think so too, because I got hit by one the other day. But so when I'm going to work, and I get on the crowded train, I take my backpack off, and the backpack has a handle on the top, and I let it hang from my arm, or if I can get at the rack, I put it up on the rack. Piggybacking off of Axeman, my husband's only reason for not wanting to go back to Japan is that he doesn't want to work for Japanese people. So he's banking on my figuring out this day trading thing. Well, I heard from so many Japanese people on that one video about how they lived and worked overseas and then tried to come back to Japan and couldn't. So maybe your hubby is not an outlier there. I hold my bag by my feet. Some people do that because I'm usually already wearing the baby on my front. So if I wore it in any direction, double the space taken up. Yeah, if you had a baby on the front and put a backpack on your back, wow. Okay. All right. But like I said, the trains in general, I'm starting to feel are getting a little bit rough and gruff. So, all right. Got a little bit negative at the end. Sorry about that. Edwards, all the Edwards are negative today. but I don't mean to be. Japan is still the place I love to be and always want to be, though I have things to say about it. It could be just as bad everywhere else, but the problem is I don't live everywhere else. So why don't we do that? Oh, what are we doing? How long did we go? Oh, we did another 4-hour video. Oh, one more minute. I had the thought Japan is still a bit stuck in the feudal system. And when you see those daimyo shrines, it's a reminder to know your place. As a foreigner, though, I'm not stuck in place. Yeah, yeah. It is still a bit stuck in the feudal system. Yeah, especially the feudal and the agrarian, you know, if you're not part of the group, you're in big trouble kind of points of view. You may be right. You may be right. Okay. I don't think it's the joy of the craft particularly, though. I think it's having to pick a craft and stick to it no matter what. Hubs went to Tokyo Cookery College only to figure out he hates cooking. Yeah, it's even so with, at least it used to be, with the clubs when in high school. Once you join the basketball club, you're stuck in the basketball club and you can't easily join another club or quit or so. Yeah, very, very restrictive in that regard. He didn't want to go to college, but had to do something. Yeah, okay. That might be, but doing anything well brings joy, I reckon. Yeah, uh, I'm sure. I'm sure Otani is happy that he had a one-track mind in his younger days, and he was born of professional or at least high-level, world-class athletes. I saw a American football video one time, and it was this young guy who was real good player. I mean, super player. And his father had been an NFL professional, NFL star. And they asked him about his childhood growing up. And he said, well, when I reached a certain age, I think it was right around middle school, his father told him, you got to make a choice. Either you're going to excel scholastically or you're going to become a professional athlete. You got to make a choice now. And he chose professional athlete. And, luckily for him, it worked out. But there you go. Devote yourself and to doing well. But then again, there's the talent thing too, right? So if you have talent, you can go great places. But if you don't have talent, unfortunately, no matter how well you do something, it might not work out. Okay, we're past the 4-hour mark. I think that's one of our longest. It may not be the longest, but it's one of our longest. Thank you for keeping me company here on our Typhoon Wednesday in Japan, Typhoon Tuesday in the United States, though you may not be having a typhoon where you are. The wind seems to have died down. The rain seems to have stopped. I can't hear it anymore. So maybe we're going to be on the other end of that one too. So thank you for coming. As I said, Carl is going to be back on Saturday, and I'm sure he has some pretty good stories about what went on in the U.S. while he was there. And thank you, X-Man. Thank you for keeping it active. Your participation is already always appreciated. And okay, Schindler, thanks to you. Okay, maybe we're on the other end of that damn typhoon then. And if Shred Edward listens to this afterwards, Shred Edward, you're always welcome. So let's be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Thank you, everybody. See you on Saturday if you're up to it. Thank you very much. It'll take a while for me to shut down and click everything.